Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've been debating whether to even write this down for weeks now, but I can't stop thinking about it, and maybe getting it out will help. This happened about a month ago in Bremen, where I've lived my whole life. I'm still not sure what to make of it, and every time I walk through that neighborhood, I get this weird feeling in my stomach. It was a Wednesday evening in late October, getting dark early like it does this time of year. My buddy Marcel and I were just hanging out, walking around the old part of town after grabbing some food. Nothing special, just one of those chill nights where you're not really doing anything in particular. We ended up near that park that used to be a Jewish cemetery before they converted it years ago. I don't usually think much about the history of places I walk by every day, but that night it felt, I don't know, significant somehow. We needed tobacco, so we stopped at this little corner store run by an old Turkish guy who knows us by name. The store was bright and normal, fluorescent lights buzzing like they always do. We bought our stuff and decided to roll some cigarettes before continuing our walk, so we sat on this low stone wall across from an apartment building, just at the edge of the park. It was that time of evening when the streetlights had just come on, but there was still a bit of dark blue in the sky. Most people were home by then, and you could see lights on in all the windows. I was halfway through rolling when I noticed something odd about one of the windows in the apartment building across the street. It was on the third floor, the second window from the left. The light inside was flickering, but not like a normal bulb that's about to die. This was different. It was erratic, like it was pulsing to some rhythm that made no sense. At first, I figured it was just a faulty bulb, or maybe someone was messing with the light switch, but the longer I stared, the more wrong it felt. What really got to me were the shadows. Behind the thin curtain, I could see silhouettes moving, not like people walking around a room. These movements were all wrong, too fast, too jerky, like when you see insects scurrying when you turn on a light. Except these shadows were larger, human-sized, but moving in ways humans don't move. They seem to dart across the window, then freeze, then stretch upward in impossible ways. Sometimes they'd shrink down suddenly or appear to split apart. There was nothing that could have been creating shadows like that. No objects, no explanation. I couldn't stop watching. My cigarette paper was getting soggy between my fingers because I'd stopped rolling midway. The hair on the back of my neck was standing up, and I had that feeling like when you think someone's watching you, but worse. "Marcel," I said, trying to keep my voice casual, "you see that window up there? The one with the flickering light?" Marcel had already finished rolling his cigarette and was about to light it. He paused and looked up. "Yeah," he said after a moment. "I've been watching it for the past couple minutes. What the fuck is going on in there?" Something about the fact that he saw it too made my stomach drop. It wasn't just me imagining things. "Those shadows don't look right," I said. "They're moving too weird." "I know," Marcel replied. He didn't sound like himself. His voice was quieter, tense. "It's freaking me out a bit." I pulled out my phone, thinking I'd record it. Maybe if I watched it later, there'd be a logical explanation. I opened the camera app and pointed it at the window. The screen went completely black. Not just dark, pitch black like the camera had shut off. I checked to make sure I hadn't accidentally hit some button, but everything seemed normal. The camera worked fine when I pointed it anywhere else. At Marcel, at the street, at other windows in the building, but the moment I aimed it at that specific window, the screen would go black. I tried 4 or 5 times. Same result every time. By now, my hands were getting shaky, and I was starting to feel genuinely scared. Not like watching a horror movie scared, but that primal fear that makes your body want to run. The camera won't capture it, I told Marcel. It just goes black when I point it at that window. Marcel tried with his phone too. Same thing happened. We looked at each other, and I could tell we were both freaking out but trying not to show it. Maybe it's some weird electromagnetic thing, Marcel suggested, but his voice made it clear he didn't believe that. I was about to suggest we leave when something changed. The moment I put my phone back in my pocket, the flickering stopped. The light in the window suddenly stabilized, becoming bright and steady, like someone had just changed the bulb. The shadows disappeared completely. Now it just looked like a normal, well-lit apartment window. We sat there for maybe 20 minutes more, both of us unable to just walk away. I kept expecting the flickering to start again, but it didn't. Eventually, the light did dim a bit, but in a normal way, like someone had switched to a bedside lamp instead of the main light. Nothing about it seemed strange anymore. Maybe we imagined it, Marcel said, but I could tell he didn't believe that either. Both of us, and our phones just happened to malfunction in exactly the same way at the same time, I replied. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was happening in that apartment had somehow known we were watching, had known we were trying to record it. And when we gave up trying, it stopped, like it was toying with us. The whole walk home, we kept checking over our shoulders. We didn't talk much about what we'd seen. What could we say? Nothing about it made sense. Marcel tried to laugh it off, saying it was probably just some art student with a projector doing weird shit. But I could tell he was as unsettled as I was. That night, I barely slept. I kept seeing those jerky, inhuman movements behind my eyelids whenever I closed my eyes. I'd start to drift off and then jolt awake, convinced someone was in my room, moving in that same unnatural way. By morning, I was exhausted and half convinced I'd dreamed the whole thing. I texted Marcel the next day. "Did that really happen last night?" He just replied, "Yes, let's not talk about it." I've walked by that building a few times since then, always during daylight hours, always with other people around. The window looks completely normal. Once, I even saw a middle-aged woman watering plants on the windowsill. Everything about it screams ordinary. I tried researching the building's history, thinking maybe there was something about the location that could explain what we saw. All I found was that it was built in the 70s. Nothing special about it. I looked into the park too, the former cemetery. There are some old stories about it being haunted, but nothing specific, just the kind of urban legends that surround any converted gravesite. I've never experienced anything like this before. I don't believe in ghosts or supernatural stuff, or at least I didn't. But I can't explain what we saw that night, why our phones wouldn't capture it, or why it stopped the moment we gave up trying to record it. Sometimes I wonder if we should report it to someone, but who? What would we even say? We saw weird shadows in a window and our phones wouldn't take pictures of it. We'd sound crazy. Marcel and I don't talk about it anymore. The one time I tried to bring it up again, he shut me down immediately. "Some things are better left alone," he said, but I can tell it's bothering him too. He doesn't want to walk through that part of town anymore. I've caught myself avoiding that street as well, taking longer routes home. When I do pass by, I can't help but look up at that window. It's always normal now, but I can't shake the feeling that something is watching me from behind the glass, waiting for me to stop and stare again. The worst part is not knowing. Not knowing what we saw, not knowing if it's still there, not knowing if it noticed us and somehow remembers us. Every time my lights flicker at home now, even just for a second, my heart races. I don't have any explanation for what happened that night. I'm not sure I want one anymore. Some questions are better left unanswered. But whenever I'm in bed at night and see the shadows from passing cars move across my ceiling, I can't help but watch them closely, afraid they'll start moving in ways they shouldn't. Story 2. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that day, and it's been almost 7 years now. I was 16 at the time, living in Phoenix with my parents, my grandma, and my baby brother Liam. Our house was one of those older shotgun-style homes, you know, where you can basically see from one end to the other in a straight line. My dad had done some renovations a few years back and converted our garage into this big dining room that connected to the kitchen. From where we usually ate, you could see straight down the hallway to the bedrooms. It was a Tuesday afternoon in October. The weather had finally cooled down enough that my mom was outside working in her garden, something she'd been wanting to do for weeks but couldn't because of the heat. I remember it so clearly because I had this massive biology project due on Friday, and I was stressing out about it. I'd spread all my notes and textbooks across the dining table and was deep into cellular respiration or something when it happened. My grandma was in the living room watching one of those court TV shows she loved. Volume turned up way too loud as usual. I was annoyed, but trying to focus. I had no idea my mom had put Liam down for a nap in my room at the end of the hall. He was about 1.5 years old then, just starting to string words together and getting better at walking, though he still had that toddler wobble. After about an hour of studying, I got up to get some water. Our kitchen sink gave me a direct view down the hallway, and that's when I noticed something in my peripheral vision. At first, I thought it was just a shadow from the trees outside, or maybe my eyes playing tricks on me from staring at textbooks too long. But when I looked directly at it, my blood went cold. There was this thing. I don't even know how to describe it properly. It wasn't a person or even a human silhouette. It was like a blob of pure darkness, not just a shadow, but something that seemed to absorb light. It was maybe 3 feet tall and had no defined shape, just this black mass hovering about 1 foot off the ground. The worst part, it was moving, slowly, deliberately, toward my bedroom door. I froze with the glass of water halfway to my lips. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't do anything but watch as this black blob thing just slid into my bedroom. The movement wasn't like walking. It was fluid, like it was gliding or floating. A few seconds passed in complete silence. I remember thinking maybe I was hallucinating from stress or lack of sleep. Then I heard it. Liam started screaming, not crying like a normal toddler tantrum, but these piercing, terrified screams that made my skin crawl. Before I could even move, he came tearing out of my bedroom. He wasn't even fully running. He was so scared he was half tripping, half crawling down the hallway. His little legs couldn't keep up with how fast he was trying to get away. His face was bright red, eyes wide with pure terror, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Mama! Mama!" he kept screaming, looking back over his shoulder toward my room like something was chasing him. I snapped out of my paralysis and ran to him, scooping him up. He was shaking violently, his little body so tense it was like picking up a board. He buried his face in my neck, his screams turning into these horrible gasping sobs. I'd never heard him make sounds like that before. My grandma came rushing in from the living room, and Mom burst through the back door seconds later, still wearing her gardening gloves, dirt on her knees. "What happened? What's wrong?" Mom took Liam from me, but he was inconsolable. He kept pointing down the hall toward my room and saying, "Bad, bad, bad," over and over between sobs. I stood there, mouth dry, trying to form words. There was something in my room, like a shadow, but different. It went in there right before Liam started screaming. My mom and grandma exchanged this look I'll never forget. Concern mixed with disbelief. My grandma made the sign of the cross while my mom tried to calm Liam down. "What do you mean, something?" my mom asked, bouncing Liam gently on her hip. "How do you explain something like that? It was like a blob of darkness, not shaped like a person, just this black thing that moved into my room." My dad came home from work to find us all in the living room. Liam still clinging to my mom, but calmer now, thumb in his mouth, eyes red and puffy. We told him what happened. He checked the entire house, looking for anything that could have scared Liam or created weird shadows. He found nothing. That night, none of us slept well. Liam refused to be put in his crib. He'd fall asleep in my parents' bed, then wake up suddenly, eyes wide with fear, looking around the dark room and whimpering. This from a kid who used to sleep anywhere, in his stroller at the mall, in the car, at restaurants, without any problems. The next day, my dad installed a baby monitor with a camera in Liam's room, thinking maybe seeing that nothing was there would help ease everyone's mind. It didn't help. Liam would still wake up terrified in the middle of the night. What makes this whole thing even weirder is that before this, I'd occasionally see what I thought were regular shadows. You know, the kind that look like a person passing by. But when you turn to look, no one's there. Those never bothered me much. But this was completely different. This wasn't a human-shaped shadow that my mind could explain away. This was something else entirely. About a week after it happened, I was sitting in my room doing homework. I'd been avoiding it since the incident, when Liam appeared in my doorway, clutching his stuffed dinosaur. He stood there for a moment, then pointed to the corner of my room and said, "Bad there." Then he turned and toddled back to my parents' room where he'd been sleeping. I nearly had a heart attack. I searched every inch of that corner, but found nothing. Still, I slept on the couch that night. The weeks that followed were rough. I couldn't focus at school. I kept thinking about what I'd seen, replaying it in my mind, wondering if I was going crazy. My friends noticed I was off. But how do you tell people something like this without sounding completely insane? My mom took Liam to the pediatrician, thinking maybe he'd had some kind of night terror or there was a medical explanation. The doctor just said some kids develop sleep disturbances around his age and that he'd grow out of it. But the doctor hadn't seen what I saw. I started researching shadow figures online, falling down rabbit holes of paranormal forums and ghost hunting websites. Some descriptions matched what I saw, but most shadow people accounts described humanoid shapes, not the amorphous blob I witnessed. The closest thing I found was something called a dark mass entity, but even those accounts didn't quite match up. My grandma, who'd grown up in Mexico, told me stories about shadows that steal children's souls or entities that feed on fear. She hung dried herbs in the corners of our house and said prayers I didn't understand. My dad thought it was nonsense, but he didn't stop her. For months after the incident, Liam wouldn't go near my bedroom. If I tried to carry him in there, he'd start squirming and crying, pointing to the door and saying, "No, no, fear, bad." He couldn't pronounce Sophia yet. Eventually, my parents had to rearrange the house, moving his crib into their room permanently. I wish I could say I saw the shadow again and figured out what it was, or that I discovered some logical explanation that put my mind at ease, but I never saw it again. Not in our house, anyway. The really strange part is how it affected Liam long term. For about 2 years after it happened, he couldn't sleep alone. He'd fall asleep fine with someone else in the room, but if he woke up and found himself alone, he'd completely panic. When he was around 3.5, my parents tried putting him back in his own room. He seemed okay during the day, but at night, he'd describe seeing the black thing watching him. It wasn't until he was almost 5 that he finally started sleeping through the night in his own room. By then, he didn't really remember the original incident, or at least he never talked about it specifically, but sometimes I'd catch him staring into empty corners of rooms with this intense expression on his face. I moved out for college 2 years ago, but whenever I visit my parents' house, I still think about it. I've never seen anything like it again, not in their house or anywhere else. But sometimes when I'm there, I swear the hallway feels colder than it should, and I catch myself avoiding looking down it when I'm alone. Liam's 7 now, and seems like a perfectly normal kid. He doesn't remember any of it, at least not consciously. But to this day, he sleeps with his bedroom door open and a nightlight on. And sometimes, when we're watching movies with dark scenes, he'll suddenly leave the room without explanation. I don't know what that thing was. I don't know if it was after Liam specifically, or if it was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. I don't know if it was something supernatural or if I somehow hallucinated the whole thing. But what I do know is that the look of pure terror on my baby brother's face as he ran from my room that day was absolutely real. And sometimes late at night when I'm alone, I still find myself checking the corners of dark rooms just to make sure. Story 3. This is going to sound nuts, but I swear every word is true. I worked security at this old hotel in Covina back in the mid-80s. I was there for about 2.5 years, and I've never experienced anything like it before or since. I've kept most of this stuff to myself, because people look at you like you're crazy when you talk about this kind of thing. But it's been eating at me for years now. I was 23 when I took the job. Pretty standard security gig. Walking rounds, checking doors, making sure drunk guests weren't causing problems. The hotel wasn't exactly fancy, but it had been around since the 40s and had that old school vibe. Wood paneling, brass fixtures, that kind of thing. It wasn't until my 3rd week that I realized something was seriously off about the place. It started with the northwest elevator. This one had a glass backing so you could see out into the courtyard when you rode it. The first time I noticed something weird, I was at the front desk chatting with Diane, the night receptionist. The elevator doors opened on the ground floor, and I swear I saw a woman in a green dress step inside. Diane was helping a guest, so she didn't notice. The thing is, when the elevator reached the 2nd floor and the doors opened, nobody was in there. Nobody. I remember standing there like an idiot, just staring at the empty elevator. When I mentioned it to Diane later, she just nodded like it was nothing. Oh, that's just the lady in green. We all see her. Just like that, super casual. She told me that the staff had been spotting her for years, always the same. She gets in on the ground floor and vanishes before the 2nd. After that first time, I started noticing other things about that elevator. It was always colder than the rest of the building, like noticeably colder. You'd step inside and feel this immediate chill, and there was this perfume smell. Old-fashioned, like something my grandmother would wear. Not overpowering, just there. I started taking the stairs when I could. About 3 months into the job, I had my first experience in the bar area. The hotel had this dimly lit lounge that closed at midnight on weeknights. I was doing my 2 a.m. rounds, checking that everything was locked up properly. The bar was completely empty, and I was about 25 feet away from the emergency exit door. Clear line of sight, nobody else around. I watched that door open slowly, stay open for maybe 5 seconds, then close again. Not slammed, not blown by wind. It opened like someone was walking through it, then closed gently behind them. I remember my whole body going cold. I forced myself to walk over and check the door, locked from the inside, alarm still armed. No way anyone could have opened it from the outside without setting off the alarm. No way it could have opened on its own. But it did. The next day, I asked Miguel, the bartender, if he'd ever seen anything weird in the lounge. The look on his face said it all. Turns out Miguel always requested security to stay with him during closing procedures because he said he felt like someone was watching him from the shadows. He'd seen glassware move on its own and dark shapes moving in his peripheral vision. After that, I started hanging around during his closing shift. Not gonna lie, it made me feel better not to be alone in there too. Room 209 was another hot spot. Management never told us, but I found out from Diane that a guest had died in that room's bathroom back in the 70s. Nothing suspicious, just an older guy who had a heart attack. But that room had more guest complaints than any other. There was this one night in the winter of '85 when a business traveler called the front desk at 3 in the morning, completely freaked out. I was the one who went up to check. The guy was standing in the hallway in his pajamas, refusing to go back in. He swore the shower kept turning on by itself. He'd turn it off, get back in bed, and 10 minutes later, it would be running again. He wasn't drunk or high, just a normal, terrified middle-aged dude in a rumpled suit who'd had enough. We moved him to another room, 2 weeks later, different guest, same room, similar complaint. This time it was a woman traveling alone who said she felt like someone was watching her in the bathroom. She kept seeing movement in the mirror when she was alone. We moved her too. After that, I started checking that room extra carefully during my rounds, but I never experienced anything myself in there. Just an overwhelming feeling of dread every time I opened the door. The back office was where things got physical. The hotel manager had this small office behind the reception area with a couple of potted plants on filing cabinets. One night around 4 in the morning, I was walking past when I heard a crash. I rushed in thinking maybe someone had broken in, but instead I found both plants on the floor across the room from where they normally sat. Dirt everywhere, pots broken, like someone had picked them up and thrown them. The night auditor, new guy, his second shift ever, was pressed against the wall, white as a sheet. He swore he was just doing the books when the plants suddenly launched themselves across the room. He quit the next day. Can't say I blamed him. The freakiest part of working there was the footsteps. You'd hear them clearly, walking down the hallway toward you, but nobody would appear. Sometimes they'd follow you during rounds, stop when you stopped, continue when you did. The sound of dress shoes on carpet, just slightly out of sync with your own steps. I started whistling during my rounds just to cover the sound, but I could still feel the presence behind me. One particular night stands out more than any other. It was a Tuesday in October, '86. Unusually quiet, only about 30% occupancy. I was working the overnight shift alone, just me, Diane at the front desk, and the night auditor who replaced the guy who quit. Around 1:30 a.m., I was checking the conference rooms on the lower level. These rooms were only used during the day, so they should have been completely empty. As I walked down the corridor, I heard voices coming from the Magnolia room, sounded like a party or meeting. I could hear glasses clinking, multiple people talking, even what sounded like music playing faintly. I figured maybe there was some event I hadn't been told about, though that would have been weird at that hour. I opened the door and nothing. Empty room, chairs stacked against the wall, completely dark except for the light coming in from the hallway. The second I opened the door, the sound stopped completely. I remember standing there for what felt like forever, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. I was so certain I'd heard people that I checked under tables, behind the portable dividers, everywhere. Nothing. But the second I stepped back into the hallway and closed the door, the sound started again. Fainter this time, but definitely there. I tried to convince myself it was just noise from the pipes or the ventilation system, but I knew better. Those were human voices, dozens of them, having what sounded like a good time in an empty, locked room. That same night, things escalated. Around 3 a.m., I was in the lobby when I heard Diane gasp. I looked over at the front desk, and she was staring wide-eyed at the northwest elevator, the glass one. The doors were opening and closing rapidly, over and over, like someone was playing with the button. This went on for maybe 30 seconds before it stopped. The elevator hadn't been called to any floor, it just went haywire. "That's new," she said, trying to laugh it off, but I could see she was shaken. About an hour later, I was on the second floor doing rounds when all the lights in the hallway dimmed, brightened, then dimmed again, like someone was playing with a giant dimmer switch. It happened 3 times, and then everything went back to normal. No power outage, no explanation, but the worst was yet to come. Around 5 a.m., just before the end of my shift, I was in the staff break room grabbing coffee when I heard what sounded like a woman crying. It was coming from the small supply closet connected to the break room. The sound was muffled but distinct, someone sobbing uncontrollably. I hesitated, coffee mug in hand, not wanting to open that door. But I was security, and if someone was in there upset, it was my job to help. I put down my mug and slowly opened the closet door. The crying stopped instantly. The closet was empty except for cleaning supplies and paper goods. No place for anyone to hide, no other exit. I closed the door, relieved but confused. As I turned back to get my coffee, I caught a glimpse of something in the break room mirror. A woman in a green dress, standing directly behind me. I spun around so fast, I knocked my mug off the table. It shattered on the floor, coffee everywhere. But I was alone in the room, completely alone. Yet in that split-second reflection, I'd seen her as clearly as I'm seeing this keyboard now. Dark hair pinned up, emerald dress from another era, sad eyes. I didn't stick around to clean up the coffee. I went straight to the front desk and stayed there with Diane until my shift ended. I didn't tell her what I'd seen. I couldn't bring myself to say it out loud. I quit 2 weeks later, made up some excuse about going back to school. The truth is, I couldn't handle another night in that place. The constant feeling of being watched, the sounds, the cold spots, the lady in green. It was too much. That was over 30 years ago. I've worked security at other places since then. Office buildings, a shopping mall, even another hotel. Never experienced anything like what happened in Covina. Not even close. I still can't explain any of it. I've tried to research the history of the hotel to find out who the woman in green might have been, but records from that era are spotty at best. All I know is what I saw, what I heard, what I felt. And I know I wasn't the only one. The staff turnover at that place was insane. Sometimes I wonder if the hotel is still standing, if the lady in green still rides that northwest elevator, if guests in room 209 still complain about the shower turning on by itself. Part of me wants to go back and see, but a bigger part knows better. Some doors, once opened, are better left closed. Story 4. I've been living with this thing for as long as I can remember. My family home in the Philippines isn't anything special, just a modest 2-story house in a quiet neighborhood. We're a Christian household, always have been. My parents made sure we went to church every Sunday, said our prayers before meals, the whole deal. But none of that seemed to matter to whatever has been sharing our home with us. It started with small things when I was around 12. That feeling you get when you're alone, but you're not really alone, that prickling sensation on the back of your neck. Yeah, I had that constantly. At first I brushed it off as just being a nervous kid with an overactive imagination. But as the years went by, things started happening that I couldn't just explain away. The presence was always strongest in my sister Maria's room. We had priests come to bless our house multiple times over the years. I remember Father Domingo's face the first time he stepped into Maria's room. He physically recoiled, like he'd walked into a wall. Later, I overheard him telling my parents there was a very dark aura in that room. They tried to keep it from us kids, but in a house that small, whispers carry. Last Friday was when everything came to a head. I still can't believe what happened, and I'm struggling to even write this down. But I need to tell someone who might understand. It started as a normal day. I woke up, got ready for work, had breakfast with my mom before she left for her overnight trip to visit my aunt in Cebu. Maria had moved out years ago to attend university in Manila, so it would just be me alone in the house that night. I wasn't thrilled about it, but I've learned to deal with being alone there when necessary. After work, I picked up some groceries and headed home around 6 in the evening. The sun was already setting, casting long shadows across our front yard. As I approached our gate, I felt that familiar heaviness in the air. It's hard to describe if you haven't felt it, like the atmosphere itself becomes dense and oppressive. I took a deep breath, unlocked the gate, and hurried inside. The first thing I always do when I get home is turn on all the lights, all of them, even in rooms I won't be using. It's wasteful, I know, but the alternative is so much worse. I quickly went through each room, flipping switches until the house was as bright as I could make it. Around 8, I was in the kitchen making dinner when I heard it, the distinct sound of our refrigerator door opening and closing. I froze, spatula in hand, listening intently. Our refrigerator has this specific squeak when you open it, followed by a soft thud when it closes. There's no mistaking that sound, and I was standing right there in the kitchen, alone. It's just the house settling, I whispered to myself, something I've been saying for years. I finished cooking and took my plate to the dining room. As I sat down, one of the other chairs at the table moved slightly, as if someone had just gotten up from it. Just a tiny scrape against the tile floor, but in the quiet house, it might as well have been a gunshot. My appetite vanished immediately. I forced myself to eat a few bites before giving up and taking my plate to the sink. While washing up, I kept my eyes fixed on the kitchen doorway, unable to shake the feeling that if I turned around, I'd see something standing there. By 10 o'clock, I was exhausted more from the constant vigilance than from my actual day. I needed to shower before bed, but the bathroom is across the hall from Maria's old room, which had remained mostly untouched since she left. I gathered my courage, grabbed my towel and pajamas, and made my way upstairs. The bathroom light was flickering slightly, not in the dramatic horror movie way, just enough to be annoying and unsettling. I made a mental note to change the bulb tomorrow and took the quickest shower of my life. As I stepped out of the bathroom, I glanced toward my room and saw something that made my blood run cold. With the lights off in my bedroom, I could see something dark moving around my bed. Not walking, more like dancing, swaying. It was just a shadow, but shadows don't move on their own. I slammed the bathroom door shut and pressed my back against it, heart pounding in my chest. After counting to 63 times, I flung the door open, ran to my bedroom and hit the light switch. Empty. The room was completely empty. I checked under the bed, in the closet, behind the curtains. Nothing. But I knew what I saw. I couldn't stay in that room, so I grabbed my phone and a blanket and went downstairs to sleep on the couch. I put on a sitcom on Netflix, volume low, just to have some human voices in the house. I must have dozed off eventually, because I woke up with a start at exactly 3 in the morning. The TV had turned itself off, and the house was completely silent. Except there was a sound coming from upstairs, a soft, rhythmic tapping, like fingernails on wood. Tap, 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 pause, tap, tap, tap. I sat frozen on the couch, straining to listen. It was coming from my mother's bedroom, the room that I had personally locked before she left, because she keeps important documents in there and always insists we lock it when she's away. Common sense told me to stay put, to wait until morning, but something pulled me to my feet. I grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight, and slowly made my way upstairs. The tapping continued, growing slightly louder as I approached my mother's door. When I reached the top of the stairs, I saw that my mother's door was open, not just unlocked, but wide open. The tapping had stopped. I approached slowly, my phone's flashlight beam bouncing with my shaking hand. "Hello," I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. No response. I reached the doorway and pointed my light inside. The room appeared empty, the bed still neatly made from before my mother left. I took one step into the room. That's when I felt it. Something was standing directly behind me, something tall. The air turned ice cold, and I could see my breath fogging in front of me despite it being a warm night. I couldn't move. My entire body locked up as a wave of pure dread washed over me. I didn't need to turn around to know what was there. The darkness wasn't just absence of light. It was a presence, a solid thing that radiated malice. I could feel it looking at me, studying me. My heart was racing so fast I thought it would burst from my chest. Without turning around, I bolted. I ran to my room, slammed the door shut, and dove under the covers like a child. I curled into a ball, shaking uncontrollably, and stayed that way until sunlight started filtering through my curtains. When morning finally came, I checked my mother's room. The door was closed and locked, just as I had left it the day before. 2 weeks after that night, my cousin Maya moved in with us to attend the local university. I didn't warn her about the house. How do you even start that conversation? "Hey, welcome, by the way. We have a dark entity that's been tormenting us for years. Sleep tight." But it didn't take long for Maya to notice things. At first, it was small comments. Asking if I'd been in her room while she was out. I hadn't. Mentioning that she kept finding her belongings moved slightly. feeling like someone was watching her from the corners. Then came the day that confirmed everything. I had just gotten home from work when Maya approached me with a confused look on her face. "Elena, who was that old lady sitting in the living room earlier?" she asked. My stomach dropped. "What old lady?" "The one watching TV when I came home from class. She was sitting on the couch, dark skin, curly grey hair. I said hello, but she just kept watching TV, so I went to my room to give her privacy. I figured she was a relative or neighbor." I felt the blood drain from my face. "Maya, there was no one in the house. I've been at work all day, and Mum's been at the market." The look on her face changed from confusion to fear as she realized what this meant. But I saw her, clear as day. She was right there, Elena. After that, Maya started experiencing more incidents, objects disappearing and reappearing in strange places, whispers in empty rooms, the feeling of someone sitting on the edge of her bed at night. Strangely, as the weeks passed, Maya seemed to adapt to the situation better than I ever had. One evening, I found her sitting calmly in the living room after experiencing the lights flickering and the TV turning on by itself. "I think I'm getting used to them," she said quietly. "Them?" I asked. Maya nodded. "There's more than one. Some feel different than others. The old woman I saw feels sad, but not dangerous. But there's something else here too, something darker that stays mostly in Maria's old room, and there are others in the yard and garden." I was shocked by how matter-of-factly she was discussing this. "How are you so calm about this?" She shrugged. "My grandmother taught me about these things. In the province where she grew up, people understood that we share space with entities we can't always see. Some mean harm, others are just existing. She taught me to respect their presence, but not to fear them unnecessarily." "Even the dark one?" I asked. "That one," she hesitated. "That one I keep my distance from. I never go into Maria's room, and I say a short prayer whenever I feel it nearby." Since that conversation, I've been trying to adopt some of Maya's perspective. The activity hasn't stopped. Just last night I woke up to find all the kitchen cabinets open. But somehow, acknowledging these presences has made living with them slightly more bearable. The dark entity is still here. I feel it most strongly at night, or when I'm alone. Sometimes I catch glimpses of it from the corner of my eye, a tall, shadowy figure that vanishes when I turn to look directly at it. But it hasn't confronted me like it did that night in my mother's doorway. Maya says we've reached a kind of truce with the entities in our home. They know we acknowledge them, and in return, they've become less aggressive in their manifestations. I'm not sure if that's true, or if I'm just becoming desensitized to living in a haunted house. All I know is that every night before bed, I still check that my mother's door is locked, and every night I still feel something watching me as I turn to walk away. Story 5. I'm not sure why I'm writing this down after all these years, but I still think about that day, sometimes when I can't sleep. I guess putting it into words might help me make sense of it, even though I doubt I'll ever really understand what we saw. I was 16 at the time, living in this small town near Starved Rock State Park in central Illinois. Nothing ever happens here. It's just cornfields, a few scattered homes, and miles of train tracks cutting through the landscape. My buddy Jake and I used to walk those tracks all the time. It was our thing, you know, just something to do when we were bored, which was pretty much always. This particular day was in late October, around 4 years ago. It was one of those perfect fall afternoons. Crisp, but not cold. The sun still warm enough that you didn't need more than a light jacket. We were walking the tracks like we always did, throwing rocks at signs, talking about nothing important. The usual teenage stuff. We'd been walking for maybe half an hour when I started noticing something weird along the tracks. There were these fish carcasses scattered around. Not just one or two, but several of them, kind of spaced out along our path. At first I didn't think much of it. We have eagles and ospreys around here, and they drop fish sometimes. But these looked different. They weren't half-eaten like a bird would leave them. They were just torn up, like something had ripped them apart for fun. "Dude, what's with all the fish?" Jake finally asked, kicking at one with his shoe. "No idea," I said. "Weird place for them to be though, right? We're like half a mile from the river." As we kept walking, we started seeing these tufts of white fluff scattered around too. Not cotton or synthetic stuff. It looked like animal fur or feathers, but I couldn't tell from what. It was just these small clumps, bright white against the gravel and dirt between the railroad ties. We'd gone maybe another quarter mile when Jake stopped suddenly. "Lucas, look at that," he said, pointing ahead. About 20 feet in front of us was a deer leg, just the leg. Not a whole dead deer, literally just a severed leg, and it looked fresh. The cut wasn't clean either, it was jagged and torn, with bits of meat still clinging to the bone. There was barely any blood around it, which seemed strange. "What the hell would do that?" I asked, getting a sick feeling in my stomach. We'd grown up around hunters all our lives. We'd seen deer carcasses and field-dressed animals before. This was different. This wasn't how hunters leave remains. Jake just shook his head, looking uneasy. "Let's keep going," he said, "but maybe we should head back soon." I nodded, but we continued down the tracks anyway. Stupid teenage curiosity, I guess. About 100 yards past the deer leg, we came to a spot where the tracks ran alongside a steep embankment. The hill rose about 15 feet up from the tracks, covered in tangled brush and scrubby trees, and that's where we saw it, this weird opening in the hillside. It wasn't a natural formation or an animal burrow, at least not like any I'd seen before. It was almost like a tunnel, about 4 feet tall and 3 feet wide, dug into the side of the hill. The entrance was surrounded by more of that white fluff. A lot more of it this time, like whatever made the tunnel had lined it with the stuff. There were also bones scattered around the opening. Small ones that might have been from rabbits or squirrels, but also larger ones I couldn't identify. We stood there staring at it for a minute. I remember feeling this immediate sense of dread, like every instinct was screaming at me to leave. I've spent my whole life in these woods, and I've never felt anything like that before or since. "We should check it out," Jake said, but his voice wavered. He didn't sound convinced. "No way, man," I replied. "That doesn't look right." As we stood there debating, I swear I heard something inside the tunnel, a sort of shuffling sound, followed by what I can only describe as heavy breathing. Not animal panting, but deliberate, rhythmic breaths. Deep and controlled, that was enough for both of us. Without another word, we turned and started walking back the way we came, faster than before, but not quite running. I didn't want to seem scared in front of Jake, but my heart was hammering in my chest. We'd gone maybe 100 yards when I first noticed the sound in the tall grass that grew alongside the tracks. It was a rustling noise, moving parallel to us, but just out of sight. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but there wasn't any breeze that day. The sound would stop when we stopped and start again when we started walking. Something was following us. "Do you hear that?" I whispered to Jake. He nodded, his eyes wide. "Just keep walking," he muttered. We picked up our pace, and whatever was in the grass matched it. The rustling got louder, more deliberate, like it wasn't even trying to hide anymore. Occasionally I'd catch a glimpse of the grass parting, but I could never see what was causing it. Whatever it was staying low to the ground and moving fast. By the time we reached the spot where the train tracks crossed the main road, we were practically jogging. The thing in the grass followed us all the way, only stopping when we hit the pavement. We didn't say much on the walk back to my house, just kept glancing behind us every few seconds. My house was at the edge of town, with fields on 2 sides and woods behind it. My parents were both at work, which was normal for a weekday afternoon. Jake and I went straight to the backyard, where we had this old trampoline set up. We figured jumping around might help shake off the weird vibe from our walk. For about an hour, things felt normal again. We were just 2 teenagers messing around doing flips and trying to bounce each other off the trampoline. The sun was starting to get low, turning everything golden. That's when Jake suddenly stopped jumping. "Lucas," he said quietly, "look over there." I followed his gaze toward the tree line at the edge of our property, maybe 200 yards from the house. There was a field between us and the woods, planted with soybeans that had already been harvested, leaving just stubble poking up from the ground. Something was emerging from the trees. At first I couldn't make out what it was. The sun was in my eyes, and it was far enough away that details were hard to see. But it was big, much bigger than a coyote or a fox. The usual wildlife we'd spot around the property. It wasn't a deer either. The movement was all wrong. Deer move gracefully, almost bouncy. This thing moved low to the ground with purpose, deliberate and steady. As it came fully out of the tree line and into the field, I could see it better. It was dark-colored, not black, but a deep, dirty brown. It had a body shape that reminded me of a mountain lion, but we don't have those in Illinois, at least we're not supposed to. It was moving with that same stalking motion cats use when they're hunting, shoulders rolling, head steady and focused. But there was something off about it, something not quite right about its proportions. Its front shoulders seemed too high, almost hunched, and its back legs seemed longer than they should be. And it was big. If it was a mountain lion, it was the biggest one I've ever heard of. "What is that thing?" Jake whispered, like he was afraid it would hear us, even though we were a couple 100 yards away. I shook my head. "I don't know. Maybe a coyote or someone's dog." Even as I said it, I knew I was wrong. This was no dog, no coyote either. The creature stopped in the middle of the field and seemed to be sniffing the air. Then it turned its head directly toward us. That's when I heard the sound. This weird huffing noise, like a bull blowing air forcefully through its nose before it charges. But it wasn't quite like that either. It was rhythmic and deliberate, almost like it was scenting us. Huff, huff, huff. Each exhale visible in the cooling evening air. Jake grabbed my arm. "Dude, let's go inside," he said, his voice tight with fear. I couldn't move. I was frozen, staring at this thing that shouldn't exist in central Illinois. We don't have predators that big here. We just don't. The creature started moving again, but now it was coming toward the house, toward us. Not running, just that same methodical stalking walk. Huff, huff, huff. I could still hear it even from that distance. That broke my trance. Inside. "Now," I said, and we both scrambled off the trampoline and ran for the back door. Once inside, we locked the door and peered out the kitchen window. The creature was still coming, now about 100 yards from the house. Up closer I could see more details, but they only confused me more. Its fur wasn't smooth like a cat's. It was patchy and uneven, with what looked like longer tufts around its neck and shoulders. And its face. I couldn't make out distinct features, but it wasn't shaped right for any animal I knew. "Should we call someone?" Jake asked, his voice shaking a little. "Who, and say what?" I replied. "Hey, there's a weird animal in our yard that we can't identify." We kept watching as it came closer, now just 50 yards away. It stopped again, raised its head, and made that huffing sound once more. Louder this time. Huff, huff, huff. Then it changed direction, angling toward the side of the house where my bedroom window was. We ran through the living room to that side of the house, but by the time we got to the window, the creature had disappeared from view. "Where'd it go?" Jake whispered. We spent the next 20 minutes searching all the windows of the house, trying to spot it again, but it was like it had vanished. Eventually, Jake called his mom to come pick him up. Neither of us wanted to be outside anymore. When his mom arrived, we both ran to her car. I scanned the tree line and the field as they drove away. But there was nothing there. At least, nothing I could see. That night, I heard that huffing sound again from somewhere outside my window. Huff, huff, huff. I kept my curtains closed and my baseball bat next to my bed. I didn't sleep much. The next day at school, Jake and I tried to figure out what we might have seen. We looked up native Illinois wildlife, checked if any exotic pets had been reported missing in the area, even researched cryptids and folklore from the region. Nothing matched. We went back to the train tracks a few weeks later, in a larger group this time. The tunnel in the embankment was gone, not just empty, but completely filled in, like it had never existed. There were no more fish carcasses, no white fluff, no bones. I've thought about that day a lot since then. Sometimes I almost convince myself it was just a mountain lion, even though they're not supposed to be in this area, or maybe a large feral dog or some kind of hybrid wolf. But then I remember the way it moved, the sound it made, how it seemed to follow us from the tracks all the way home, how it seemed to know exactly where my bedroom was. I still live in the same house, though I'm in college now. Sometimes when I'm home for breaks, I'll wake up at night to that sound outside my window. Huff, 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 and I'll lie there wondering what's out there waiting, and if someday I'll find out. Story 6. I've been sitting on this experience for over a decade now, and I think I'm finally ready to share it. I've always been a rational person, but what happened to me at the old Sugar Hill Library in Ripley still gives me chills every time I think about it. When I was 14, my mum worked late shifts at the hospital, which meant she couldn't pick me up right after school. My friend Jake's mum was the head librarian at Sugar Hill Library, so the arrangement was that I'd go there with Jake after school and hang out until my mum could come get me around 6 or 7. The library itself was this converted 2-story plantation house, all white wood with black shutters and a wraparound porch. It was probably beautiful once, but by the time I was going there, the paint was peeling and the whole place had this worn-down feel to it. Still, it was quiet and had decent Wi-Fi, so I didn't mind spending a few hours there. Jake and I usually hung out in the children's room. Yeah, I know. 14-year-olds in the kids section sounds lame, but it had the comfiest chairs and the best natural light. The room was at the back of the first floor, right next to this old entrance that nobody used anymore, and a stairway that led up to the second floor. Most days, Jake and I would just do homework, read, or mess around on our phones. His mum would check on us every half hour or so, but otherwise, we were left to ourselves. It was a small-town library, not exactly bustling with activity. There was this one day in early October, I remember because the Halloween decorations had just gone up, when Jake was out sick with the flu. I still went to the library after school because my mum couldn't pick me up, and Jake's mum said it was fine. I was alone in the children's room that afternoon. I had a history test coming up, so I was actually trying to study for once. The library was dead quiet, just me and maybe 2 or 3 other people in the entire building. I'd been reading for about an hour when I heard this weird noise coming from the unused entrance door. It sounded like someone was trying the handle from the outside. My first thought was that it was probably someone who didn't know that entrance was closed, so I got up to check if anyone needed help. When I got to the door, there was nobody there. I even opened it a crack and peeked outside, but the small path that led to that entrance was completely empty. I figured I'd just imagined it and went back to my studying. Maybe 10 minutes later, I heard the noise again, but this time it wasn't coming from the door. It was coming from upstairs. It's hard to describe exactly what it sounded like. The closest thing I can compare it to is wrapping paper being slowly pulled off a roll with that weird, crinkly, tearing sound. But there was something else to it, something that made the hair on my arms stand up. It was rhythmic, almost deliberate. Now, the second floor was only used for storage and staff meetings. There weren't supposed to be any patrons up there, especially not at that time of day. Jake's mom was at the main desk at the front of the building, and the only other staff member was shelving books in the non-fiction section. I should have just ignored it or told Jake's mom, but 14-year-old me was curious and honestly kind of bored. So I decided to check it out myself. The staircase was narrow and creaked with each step. It had this old wooden banister that was smooth from decades of hands sliding along it. As I started climbing, the sound got clearer. That strange, paper-tearing noise coming from somewhere down the hallway at the top of the stairs. I was about halfway up when it hit me. I don't know how else to describe it, except as a wall of pure emotion that wasn't my own. It was this overwhelming feeling of unease and, this is going to sound crazy, hatred. Just raw, seething hatred directed right at me. It wasn't like I was thinking these emotions. They were being pushed into me from outside. My chest tightened, my mouth went dry, and I felt like someone was standing right behind me, breathing down my neck. I froze mid-step, gripping the banister so hard my knuckles turned white. The feeling was so intense and so sudden that I nearly lost my balance. The noise had stopped, but that sense of being unwelcome, of being despised, only grew stronger. I swear I felt something brush against the back of my neck, like cold fingers just barely touching my skin. I've never turned around so fast in my life. I practically flew down those stairs, taking them two at a time, nearly twisting my ankle in the process. I bolted back to the children's room, grabbed my backpack, and planted myself in a chair that gave me a clear view of both the staircase and the unused door. My heart was racing so hard I could feel it in my throat. I kept thinking someone was going to come down those stairs, but nobody did. After about 20 minutes, I calmed down enough to text my mom, begging her to pick me up early. She couldn't, of course. I spent the rest of that afternoon watching those stairs like a hawk, jumping at every little noise. When Jake's mom came to check on me, I almost told her what happened, but I stopped myself. What was I going to say? I felt like your staircase hates me. She'd think I was nuts. When my mum finally came to get me, I practically ran to the car. I didn't tell her either. I didn't tell anyone. I figured it was just my imagination running wild after reading too many scary stories online. The next day, Jake was back at school, and things went back to normal. We kept going to the library after school, but I never went near those stairs again. I made sure we always stayed in the main areas where other people were around. If Jake noticed my sudden aversion to the children's room, he never mentioned it. I managed to mostly forget about the incident as the years went by. I graduated high school, started college, and eventually landed a job with the local tourism board in 2013. By then, the Sugar Hill Library had relocated to a modern building downtown, and the old plantation house had become the Lauderdale County Chamber of Commerce. Part of my job involved coordinating with the chamber for various events, which meant I had to visit the old building regularly. The first time I had to go back there for work, I felt my stomach knot up as I pulled into the parking lot. The building looked different, freshly painted with new landscaping, but it was unmistakably the same place. I told myself I was being ridiculous. I was an adult now, not some scared kid, and whatever I thought I'd experienced was just an overactive imagination. I managed to keep my visits restricted to the first floor for several months. I'd make excuses about needing to get back to the office quickly or suggest that people come downstairs for our meetings. But eventually, my luck ran out. I needed to meet with Susan, the chamber head, to discuss a major tourism initiative, and her office was on the second floor. I stood at the bottom of that same staircase, staring up. It looked harmless enough. They'd recarpeted it and repainted the walls a cheerful yellow. But my palms were sweating, and I could feel my heart starting to race just like it had all those years ago. I took a deep breath and forced myself to climb the stairs. Each step felt heavier than the last, and that same sensation of unease started creeping back. It wasn't as intense as before, but it was definitely there. A pressure at the back of my skull, a tightness in my chest. I made it to the top and practically speed walked to Susan's office, trying not to look down the hallway where I'd heard that strange noise as a teenager. The meeting went fine, but I couldn't focus properly. I kept glancing at the door, half expecting it to slam shut on its own. As we were wrapping up, I finally gathered the courage to ask Susan if she'd ever noticed anything strange in the building. The look she gave me made my blood run cold. It wasn't confusion or dismissal, it was recognition. "You've felt it too, haven't you?" she asked quietly. When I nodded, she sighed and closed her office door. Susan told me that since the chamber had moved in, they'd experienced several unexplained occurrences. Chairs that had been pushed in at night would be pulled out and arranged in a circle by morning. Staff would hear distant laughter when working late, though no one else was in the building. And once, most disturbingly, an antique tricycle that was part of a historical display had been found rolling in circles by itself in the main conference room. The worst is always on the stairs or in the upstairs hallway, she said. People report feeling watched or feeling sudden, inexplicable anger. 2 of our receptionists quit because they couldn't handle being in the building alone. Susan had gotten curious enough to research the house's history. It had been built in the late 1800s by a wealthy landowner who had 2 daughters. When he died, his eldest daughter inherited the house, but her husband, a man she'd been forced to marry against her wishes, became the legal owner of everything else, including the family fortune. According to local records and newspaper clippings, the husband and wife had a volatile relationship. There were rumors of abuse, though nothing was ever officially reported. This was the early 1900s, after all. The most disturbing part of the story came from an interview with an old housekeeper that Susan found in the County Historical Society's archives. The housekeeper claimed that during a heated argument on the 2nd floor, the husband had fallen down the stairs and been permanently crippled. Though his wife claimed it was an accident, many suspected she had pushed him. The husband lived for several more years, confined to a wheelchair, before dying under somewhat suspicious circumstances. His wife never remarried and lived in the house until her death in the 1950s. "The stairs," I said, feeling a chill run down my spine. That's where I felt it the strongest, like something filled with rage was staring at me. Susan nodded. "We've had contractors refuse to work on the staircase. One of them said he felt like someone was standing behind him the entire time, breathing down his neck." After that conversation, I couldn't ignore what had happened to me as a teenager. It wasn't my imagination. Something was in that house, something angry and hateful. I still have to visit the chamber occasionally for work, but I make sure I'm never alone in the building. The strange occurrences have continued. Lights turning on and off, doors opening and closing, the sound of footsteps when no one's there. During a recent renovation, workers found an entire section of flooring in one of the upstairs rooms completely covered in dead flies. Thousands of them, all clustered together as if they'd died simultaneously. No explanation was ever found. I don't know if it's the wife, the husband, or something else entirely that lingers in that old plantation house. But whatever I encountered on those stairs that day wasn't just in my head. Something was there, something filled with a hatred so intense it could push its emotions onto a 14-year-old kid just trying to investigate a strange noise. And whatever it is, it's still there, waiting on that staircase, watching as people come and go, day after day, year after year. Story 7. I've never really told this story to anyone outside my family, and even they don't believe me. But I swear on everything I care about, this happened exactly as I'm about to describe it. I was 8 years old back in 2009, visiting my grandparents in this tiny, rural town in Virginia. I can't even remember the name of it now, just that it was basically a dot on the map, with more cows than people. My parents were going through a rough patch and needed time to sort things out, which basically meant I got shipped off to Grandma and Grandpa's for a few weeks during summer break. Their house was this massive, century-old farmhouse that creaked and groaned with every gust of wind. During the day, it was actually pretty cool. Lots of rooms to explore, a big yard, and this awesome tire swing hanging from an oak tree that had to be at least 100 years old. But at night, that place transformed into something else entirely. I was super into Scooby-Doo back then. Like, obsessed. I had Scooby-Doo pajamas, Scooby-Doo underwear, Scooby-Doo everything. My grandma, trying to make me feel at home, had set up this whole Scooby-Doo themed bedroom for me. She'd found this blue bedspread with the Mystery Machine printed on it, and even a small wooden chest filled with Scooby-Doo action figures and a stuffed Scooby that I still have somewhere in my parents' attic. Looking back, It was incredibly sweet of her, especially since she was in her 70s and had to have ordered all that stuff online. The night it happened was probably my third or fourth night there. I remember I'd spent the evening watching old cartoons on this tiny TV in my room. First some episodes of the Super Mario Super Show, which was already super old by then, and then Dino Squad, which I thought was the coolest thing ever. My grandpa had set up this ancient VCR player and had a whole collection of recorded shows from when my dad was younger. I must have fallen asleep watching TV because I woke up sometime in the middle of the night. The VCR had automatically stopped, and the room was pitch black except for the little red power light on the TV. I was thirsty, really thirsty, and wanted some milk. Back home, I'd recently learned how to pour my own milk, something I was ridiculously proud of. My mom had finally trusted me not to spill it everywhere, and I wanted to show my grandparents I could do it too. So I decided to go to the kitchen by myself. I didn't want to wake anyone up. I wanted to prove I was a big kid. I remember sliding out of bed, my feet hitting the cold wooden floor. I was wearing those footed pajamas with Scooby and Shaggy running from a ghost on them. I still had my stuffed Scooby clutched in my hand. I never went anywhere without him during that phase. The hallway outside my bedroom was the scariest part of the house. During the day, it was lined with these old family photos going back generations, but at night, it seemed to stretch on forever. The worst part was that my room was at one end of the hall, and to get to the kitchen, I had to walk all the way down, past the living room, and then turn left. As I stepped into that hallway, it felt different, longer somehow. The darkness seemed thicker, if that makes any sense. You know how sometimes the dark just feels like absence of light, but other times it feels like something you could touch. It was like that, dense and heavy. I kept one hand trailing along the wall as I walked, partly to guide myself, and partly because touching something solid made me feel safer. The floorboards creaked under my feet no matter how lightly I stepped. Each creak sounded like a gunshot in the silence. When I finally reached the end of the hallway, I could see a faint light coming from the kitchen. Someone had left the little light above the stove on. My grandma probably did this on purpose, knowing I might get up. But it wasn't as bright as I remembered from earlier that evening. It cast this weak, yellowish glow that barely reached the living room I had to cross. I remember standing at the edge of the living room, suddenly uncertain. During the day, this room was cozy. Overstuffed couches, a rocking chair where Grandpa read his newspaper, doilies on every surface. Grandma loved those things. But in that moment, the furniture just looked like hulking shadows, like creatures waiting to pounce. I almost turned back. Almost. But I was really thirsty, and I wanted that milk. Plus, I could see the kitchen just across the living room. The light was on. Nothing bad happens in rooms where the lights are on. That's what I always told myself. So I took a deep breath and started across the living room, clutching my Scooby tighter. I was about halfway through when I noticed something moving near the front door. The door was to my right, partially visible from where I stood, barely illuminated by that weak kitchen light. At first, I thought it was just my grandpa's coat hanging on the coat rack. He had this big, dark overcoat that kind of looked like a person if you saw it from the corner of your eye, but then it moved again, not like it was swinging, but like it was turning toward me. I froze. My entire body just locked up. I couldn't have moved if the house was on fire. What I saw next is burned into my memory. I can close my eyes right now, 20 years later, and see it as clearly as if it were happening in front of me. It was a shadow, but not like a normal shadow cast by something. It was a shadow that existed on its own. It was shaped like a man, but wrong. Too tall, way too tall. Its head nearly brushed against the ceiling, which had to make it at least 8 feet high. It was thin, but not skinny, more like stretched, and it was solid black, darker than the darkness surrounding it, with edges that seemed too sharp and defined. The weirdest part, the part that made my blood turn to ice, was that it had features. Not like a detailed face, but enough that I could make out that it was distinctly male. It had this big head of curly hair, not like afro curly, but these tight, weird curls that moved slightly even though there wasn't any breeze. And its nose, God, its nose was so long, unnaturally long, sticking out from its face like a branch from a tree. Even in the darkness, that nose was clearly visible, protruding from its shadowy face. I stood there, completely unable to move, my stuffed Scooby dangling forgotten from my hand. The shadow figure didn't move toward me, it just stood there. And then, this is the part that still makes me wake up in a cold sweat sometimes, it smiled at me. It wasn't a friendly smile. It wasn't malicious either. It was knowing, like it had been waiting for me, like it had known I would come. Its mouth stretched across its face, too wide, revealing nothing but more darkness inside. Then it moved, not toward me, thank God, but toward the wall. There was an air vent near the floor, one of those old metal grates about a foot tall and maybe 8 inches wide. The shadow figure bent down, folding in a way that no human body could fold. And then I don't even know how to describe it. It didn't go over the vent. It went into it, like it compressed itself and poured its entire 8-foot frame into this tiny vent, like smoke being sucked into a vacuum. But faster, so much faster. 1 second it was there, this enormous presence, and the next it was just gone. I don't remember running back to my room. I must have, because the next thing I recall is standing beside my grandma's bed. She was sleeping in the guest room next to mine, crying and babbling about the shadow man. She was annoyed at being woken up, I could tell. She patted my head, told me it was just a bad dream, and walked me back to my room. "There's no such thing as shadow men," she said, tucking me back in. "You just had a nightmare from watching those silly monster cartoons before bed." But I hadn't been dreaming. I was wide awake, and I knew what I saw. The next morning, I tried to tell my grandpa about it while Grandma was making breakfast. He listened more seriously than she had, his forehead wrinkling as I described the figure. "That's quite an imagination you've got there, sport," he said when I finished. But there was something in his eyes, a flicker of recognition, concern. He exchanged a look with my grandma that I couldn't interpret. Later that day, I overheard them talking in hushed voices in the kitchen. I only caught fragments. Shouldn't have put him in that room. Just a child's imagination. The burial grounds are a 1/4 mile away. That's how I found out their house had been built near an old Native American burial ground. Not right on top of it. Apparently that was illegal or something, but close enough. When I asked Grandpa about it directly, he got uncomfortable and changed the subject. But eventually, he admitted that some of the neighboring properties had uncovered artifacts and even remains when digging foundations for houses or barns. I never saw the shadow figure again during that visit, though I slept with the lights on for the rest of my stay. My grandparents sold that house a few years later and moved to Florida. I was secretly relieved. I never wanted to go back there. I'm 30 now. I've had therapy for unrelated issues, and once I brought up this experience to my therapist. She suggested it was a hypnagogic hallucination, something that happens in the space between sleeping and waking, or possibly sleep paralysis, though I distinctly remember being able to move until fear froze me in place. Maybe she's right. Maybe it was all in my head. But 22 years later, I can still see that smile. I can still describe every curl on its head. I can still feel the absolute certainty that washed over me in that moment. The bone-deep knowledge that I was in the presence of something that should not exist. And sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment at night and hear the HVAC system kick on, I find myself glancing at the air vents, just to make sure nothing's coming out of them. Story 8. I still get chills thinking about what happened in that house. It's been 4 years since we left, but I've never been able to fully explain what we experienced there. I've tried rationalizing it countless times, but nothing makes sense. In June of 2019, my fiancée Sarah and I had just moved into this small 2-bedroom house with my 2-year-old son, Ethan. It wasn't anything fancy, just a modest rental with faded yellow siding and a small backyard pool the previous owners had installed. After months of apartment living, we were excited to have our own space. The first few days were exhausting but normal. Unpacking boxes, arranging furniture, trying to make it feel like home. My grandparents had recently moved into assisted living, so we'd inherited some of their furniture, including this massive California King Tempur-Pedic bed that barely fit in our bedroom. I remember Sarah joking that we'd need a map to find each other across it. What I didn't mention to her was how my grandparents' property had always creeped me out as a kid. My cousins and I used to swap stories about shadow figures we'd seen darting between rooms. Animals would sometimes be found dead on the property without explanation. No injuries, just dead. But the bed was practically new and way better than our old mattress, so I pushed those thoughts aside. The first weird thing happened about a week after we moved in. I woke up around 3 in the morning to Ethan's screaming, not his normal fussy cry, but a terrified shriek that had me running down the hallway before I was even fully awake. I found him standing in his crib, pointing frantically at the floor. "Water, Mommy! Water bad!" There was a puddle of water in the middle of his room, not just a little spill. It was like someone had dumped a gallon of water on the carpet. I checked the ceiling for leaks, the windows for rain coming in, even his sippy cup, but everything was dry. Sarah came in, and we both stood there confused, trying to figure out where this water could have possibly come from. We soaked it up with towels, calmed Ethan down, and eventually all went back to bed. The next morning I convinced myself it must have been a spill we somehow missed. But deep down, I knew there was no logical explanation. The water hadn't been there when we put Ethan to bed, and he couldn't have created it himself. A few days went by normally. I was starting to think maybe it was just some weird one-off thing. Then came the bathroom incident. Sarah and I had both gone to work, leaving Ethan with my mum, who was watching him for the day. Around noon, my mum called me in a panic. She said she'd gone to use the bathroom, and all the faucets were running full blast. She swore she'd turned them off earlier, and Ethan had been napping the whole time. "Maybe they're just loose," I suggested, even though I didn't believe it myself. "Lily," she said, her voice shaking, "I tried turning them off, and they wouldn't stop. I had to shut off the water valve under the sink." When I got home that evening, I checked the faucets. They turned on and off perfectly normal. No issues, no leaks, no explanation for why they would have been running. That night, Sarah and I talked about it after Ethan went to bed. "Do you think this place has issues?" she asked, not quite saying the word haunted, but I knew that's what she meant. "Houses make weird noises sometimes," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "Old pipes, settling foundations. There's probably a rational explanation for everything." She nodded, but I could tell neither of us was convinced. The next few days were quiet, too quiet, like something was holding its breath, waiting. I found myself constantly on edge, jumping at normal house sounds. I'd catch myself staring at dark corners too long. Sarah noticed I was keeping all the lights on, but she didn't say anything. Then came the night that still haunts me the most. It was around 2 in the morning when Ethan's screams tore through the house. These weren't normal toddler nightmares. This was pure terror. I ran to his room and found him plastered against the headboard of his toddler bed, eyes fixed on the ceiling, screaming and pointing. Dead girl, crawling." I looked up, saw nothing, and quickly scooped him into my arms. He was shaking violently, his little body rigid with fear. Sarah appeared in the doorway, her face pale. "What's wrong?" she asked, rushing over. "He says there's a dead girl crawling on the ceiling," I whispered, my mouth dry. Ethan wouldn't stop screaming and pointing. "She wet, she crawling, dead girl crawling." I'll never forget how specific his description was. Toddlers don't typically make up detailed things like that. He kept saying she was wet, that her hair was in her face, that she moved funny across the ceiling. We took him to our room that night. None of us slept. Ethan kept staring at the ceiling, whimpering. Every time he'd start to drift off, he'd jerk awake, eyes wide with fear. The next morning I called in sick to work. I couldn't leave them there, not after what happened. Sarah stayed home too. We decided to get out of the house for the day, went to a park, had lunch out, visited my sister. Anything to stay away until we could figure out what to do. While we were at my sister's, I broke down and told her everything. She's always been practical, not the type to believe in anything supernatural, but even she looked concerned. That bed, she said suddenly. Didn't it come from Grandma and Grandpa's place? That house always gave me the creeps. I hadn't made the connection, but as soon as she said it, something clicked. The weird incidents had started after we brought in that bed. My sister suggested we not stay alone in the house that night. She and her boyfriend agreed to come over, bring air mattresses, make it like a fun impromptu sleepover for everyone. Safety in numbers, I guess. They arrived around 7 that evening with pizza and movies, trying to keep things light. Ethan seemed better with more people around, though he refused to go near his bedroom. We set up the air mattresses in the living room, put on a Disney movie, and tried to act normal. Around 11, after Ethan had finally fallen asleep between Sarah and me on the big air mattress, the 4 adults were quietly talking, the TV muted in the background. That's when it happened. The TV suddenly unmuted itself, blaring at full volume. We all jumped, and Sarah quickly grabbed the remote to turn it down. The weird part wasn't just that it turned on by itself, it was what was playing. The channel had changed from the Disney movie to some music video. It was this haunting song about drowning, with images of dark water and someone struggling beneath the surface. The lyrics were about being pulled down, water filling lungs. The remote wouldn't work. Sarah kept pressing buttons frantically while my sister's boyfriend got up to manually turn off the TV. When he checked the remote afterward, the batteries were completely dead. Not just low, but dead. We'd just been using it minutes before. No one wanted to acknowledge what had just happened. We sat in silence for a long time, all of us afraid to say what we were thinking. Eventually, my sister whispered, "Maybe it's just a weird coincidence." But it wasn't. We all knew it wasn't. The next morning, we called a friend of Sarah's mom who was supposedly sensitive to energies or whatever. I was desperate enough to try anything. The woman, Marianne, arrived around noon. She was in her 60s, completely normal looking, not the crystal waving type I'd expected. She walked through the house silently, stopping longest in our bedroom where the bed was, and then in Ethan's room. When she came back to the living room where we were waiting, her face was grim. "There's something here that doesn't belong," she said quietly. "It came with something you brought in, something large." I felt sick. "The bed?" She nodded. "There's a presence attached to it. Something angry, something that died violently." Sarah squeezed my hand so hard it hurt. "What does it want?" she asked. Marianne looked directly at Ethan, who was playing with blocks nearby, oblivious to our conversation. "You need to remove that pool," she said suddenly, pointing toward the backyard. "Immediately, fill it in, cover it, whatever you have to do." The pool. I was confused. What does that have to do with anything? This entity, it's fixated on water, drowning. It's trying to recreate its own death. Her eyes drifted back to Ethan. It's trying to draw someone to the water. A chill ran through me as I remembered Ethan's words. "She wet dead girl crawling." The puddle in his room, the running faucets, the drowning song on TV. That was it. We packed essential items that same day and went to stay with my mom. Sarah and I returned the next day with her brothers to get the bed out of the house. I've never felt such relief as when we watched them haul it away to the dump. We broke our lease, lost our security deposit, and moved in with my mom until we found a new place. I didn't care about the money or the hassle. I just wanted us safe. It's been 4 years now. Ethan is 6, bright and happy. with no apparent lasting effects from what happened, except sometimes, out of nowhere, he'll mention the wet girl who crawled on walls at the old house. He remembers details he couldn't possibly know, that her dress was blue, that she had long black hair, that her fingers were bendy wrong, details he never mentioned at the time. A few months after we moved out, I did some research on the history of my grandparents' property, where the bed had come from. I discovered that in the 1970s, before my grandparents bought the place, a young girl had drowned in a pond on the property. She was wearing a blue dress. Her body wasn't found for days. I don't know how to explain what happened to us. I don't know if objects can really carry spirits or negative energy. All I know is what we experienced was real, and sometimes when I'm trying to fall asleep, I still find myself glancing up at the ceiling, afraid of what I might see crawling there. Story 9. I still can't explain what happened to me last summer at my grandparents' place in Lancaster. I've been trying to make sense of it for months now, but nothing adds up. I figured maybe writing it down might help, or at least someone out there might have experienced something similar. My grandparents have owned this massive old house in Lancaster, Massachusetts since the late 60s. It's one of those places that feels like it's frozen in time. Creaky floorboards, weird little nooks and crannies, and that distinct smell that only really old houses have. My dad grew up there, and we visit a couple times a year, usually during holidays or summer vacation. This particular weekend, my parents had dropped me off to stay with my grandparents while they attended some wedding a few hours away. I was 17 at the time, and actually looked forward to hanging out in Lancaster. The town has this eerie history that goes back to the 1600s, and practically every building has some ghost story attached to it. My grandparents' house is no exception. Built in the early 1800s, it stood through almost everything. That night, my grandparents had to rush out unexpectedly when my grandpa's brother was taken to the hospital with chest pains. They left around 9 in the evening, telling me they might not be back until morning, depending on how things went. I wasn't worried about staying alone. I'd done it plenty of times before. After they left, I just hung out downstairs, watching some shows on my laptop until around midnight. The house was dead quiet, except for the usual settling noises old houses make. Eventually, I headed upstairs to the guest bedroom where I always stayed. It's at the end of a long hallway, past my grandparents' room and what used to be my dad's childhood bedroom. I remember checking my phone before putting it on the charger. It was 12:23. I was exhausted and figured I'd fall asleep right away, but something felt off, not scary yet, just different. The air felt heavier somehow, like right before a thunderstorm. I tried to ignore it and closed my eyes. I must have dozed off for a bit, because the next thing I knew, I was suddenly wide awake. Something had pulled me out of sleep. At first, I thought maybe my grandparents had come home early, but then I realized what had woken me. Voices. 2 distinct voices coming from somewhere down the hallway. My first thought was that someone had broken in, but these voices sounded wrong, like they were coming through an old radio with bad reception. I checked my phone again, 2:17 in the morning. I sat up in bed, my heart already pounding, and listened. The voices were quiet at first, almost whispering. It sounded like 2 people having a conversation, but I couldn't make out any words. The language was bizarre. It kind of resembled English, but distorted, like someone had scrambled all the syllables. There was something unsettling about the cadence, too fast, and then too slow in all the wrong places. I sat completely still, straining to figure out where exactly the sound was coming from. It seemed to be coming from my dad's old bedroom, just a few doors down. What freaked me out more than anything was that the voices were getting progressively louder. What started as whispers was now at normal speaking volume, and it kept increasing. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe some old radio my grandparents had stored away had turned on by itself. Maybe it was picking up some weird frequency, but I knew there wasn't any radio equipment in that room. My grandparents had converted it to a small office years ago, and I'd been in there earlier that day looking for a book. The voices continued getting louder, now almost at shouting level. They had this urgent quality to them, like they were arguing or warning about something. Still no distinguishable words, just that twisted, almost English that made no sense. The hair on my arms stood up, and I felt this creeping coldness spreading through the room. I sat there paralyzed for what felt like forever, but was probably only a minute or two. The sound kept getting louder until it was practically booming through the house. That's when I knew I had to do something, either investigate or get the hell out of there. I grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight, and slowly got out of bed. My legs felt like jelly as I moved toward my bedroom door. Every instinct told me to stay put, but I couldn't just sit there with that noise getting louder and louder. As I approached my door, something strange happened. The voices started to react. It was subtle at first, but unmistakable. The rhythm of their speech changed, becoming more frantic. It was as if they knew I was moving toward them. I put my hand on the doorknob, and the voices reached their peak volume, so loud it should have been painful to my ears, but somehow it wasn't. It was like the sound was bypassing my ears altogether and pouring directly into my brain. With my heart nearly beating out of my chest, I turned the knob and slowly pulled the door open. The second the door started moving, the voices began to fade, not abruptly, but gradually, like someone turning down a volume knob or like music fading out at the end of a song. By the time the door was fully open, they were completely gone. The hallway was pitch black except for my phone's flashlight. I stood there in the doorway, sweating and shaking, listening to the now deafening silence of the house. After a minute or so of complete quiet, I gathered what little courage I had left and stepped into the hallway. I made my way to my dad's old room, my flashlight beam bouncing off the walls. The door was slightly ajar, just as it had been earlier that day. I pushed it open, half expecting to find someone or something inside. The room was empty, completely normal. My grandpa's desk was there with some papers neatly stacked on top. The old bookshelf stood against the wall. The window was closed and locked from the inside. I checked every corner, looked under the desk, opened the closet. Nothing. I spent the next hour searching the entire house for any possible source of those voices. I checked every radio, every electronic device, even the old TV in the basement that hadn't been used in years. Nothing was on. Nothing was even plugged in that could explain what I'd heard. By 3:30 in the morning, I was back in the guest room, sitting on the edge of the bed with all the lights on. There was no way I was going back to sleep. I just sat there until sunrise, jumping at every little creak and groan the house made. My grandparents came home around 7 that morning. My grandpa's brother was fine, just indigestion, not a heart attack. I didn't tell them what happened. I don't know why, but I just couldn't bring myself to say it out loud. Maybe I was worried they'd think I was making it up, or worse, that they'd believe me and be afraid in their own home. My parents picked me up later that afternoon. On the drive home, my dad seemed unusually quiet. When I asked if he was okay, he hesitated before answering. He told me he hadn't slept well the night before. I assumed he meant at the hotel after the wedding, but then he explained that he'd had a horrible experience while we were visiting my grandparents the night before they left me alone. He said he'd woken up in the middle of the night completely paralyzed. He couldn't move a single muscle or even speak. The entire room had appeared tinted red, like someone had placed a filter over his vision. But the worst part, he said, was the overwhelming feeling of dread and wrongness that came with it, like something hostile was in the room with him, watching him. He said it lasted for about 10 minutes before he could move again. My dad grew up in that house and moved out when he went to college. He told me he used to have strange dreams there as a kid, but nothing like this had ever happened to him. This was his first experience with sleep paralysis in his entire life. The timing hit me like a truck. My dad had his experience the night before I heard those voices. Same house, different but equally terrifying experiences. I wanted to tell him what happened to me, But something held me back. I still haven't told anyone in my family. It's been months now, and I've done some research on the history of Lancaster, and specifically the area where my grandparents' house stands. There are records of strange occurrences dating back centuries. The land changed hands multiple times in the 1800s because families wouldn't stay there long. No specific tragedies or deaths in the house itself, just people moving out suddenly with little explanation. I haven't been back to Lancaster since that night. My parents think I'm just busy with school and work, but the truth is, I can't bring myself to go back to that house. I keep hearing those voices in my dreams, still unintelligible, still urgent, still terrifying. I don't know if it was ghosts or something else entirely. All I know is that something in that house was trying to communicate, and whatever it was, it knew I was listening. The worst part is wondering what would have happened if I'd opened that door sooner while the voices were still speaking. Would they have stopped, or would I have seen whatever was making them? I still don't have answers, and maybe I never will, but I know what I heard that night in Lancaster was real, and something tells me that if I ever go back, those voices will be waiting for me. Story 10. I still can't explain what happened in our house last month. I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head, tried to find logical explanations, even called an electrician who found nothing wrong, but I know what I experienced, and it still gives me chills thinking about it. My father passed away unexpectedly from a heart attack 3 weeks ago. It hit me hard. We were close, and even though he was getting older, I wasn't prepared to lose him. Autumn, my wife of just 8 months, was incredibly supportive through the funeral and everything after. We'd just moved into our first home together about 6 months earlier and were still settling in when it happened. The first incident occurred about a week and a half after Dad's funeral. I was home alone, working remotely from our spare bedroom while Autumn was at her office. Around 2 in the afternoon, I heard sound coming from the living room. I figured maybe Autumn had come home early and turned on the TV, but when I walked out to check, no one was there. The living room TV was on, playing some random daytime talk show. The weird thing was, we hadn't used that particular television in months, maybe half a year. It was an older model we'd inherited from Autumn's parents, and we mainly used the newer smart TV in our bedroom. This old one had been sitting there unplugged until recently, when I'd hooked it up thinking we might use it for gaming, but we never actually did. I remember standing there for a moment, confused, before turning it off. I figured maybe I'd accidentally sat on the remote earlier or something, though it seemed unlikely. I didn't think much more about it and went back to work. Then 4 nights later, things got weirder. I woke up around 3 in the morning to use the bathroom and noticed a bluish glow coming from down the hallway. Autumn was sound asleep beside me. When I walked into the living room, the TV was on again, but this time the volume was cranked all the way up to 100. It was so loud, I'm surprised it didn't wake Autumn. I nearly jumped out of my skin. I grabbed the remote off the coffee table and tried to lower the volume, but something bizarre happened. When I pressed the volume down button, it would drop to 42, then immediately shoot back up to maximum volume. It was like something was fighting me for control. I tried again and again, but the same thing kept happening. Down to 42, then right back up to 100. My heart was pounding by this point. I finally just hit the power button, and thankfully, that worked. The screen went black, and the house was silent again. I stood there in the dark for a few minutes, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I checked behind the TV to see if there were any electrical issues, but everything looked normal. When I told Autumn about it the next morning, she got this thoughtful look and said, "Maybe it's your dad letting you know he's okay." I'd never been one for supernatural beliefs, but the timing was strange. Still, I tried to brush it off as some kind of electrical glitch or remote malfunction. That evening, Autumn and I were playing Call of Duty in the bedroom on our main TV. We'd been at it for about an hour when we heard the living room TV turn on again. We both looked at each other. There was no denying it this time. We paused our game and went to investigate. Sure enough, the living room TV was on, and as we stood there watching, The volume started rising on its own, not all at once, but tick by tick, like someone was pressing and holding the volume up button. It reached 100 and then stopped. I felt the hair on my arms stand up. Then something even more unsettling happened. The TV's menu suddenly opened. No one had touched the remote, which was still sitting on the coffee table where I'd left it that morning. The selection cursor started zooming around the settings screen, moving purposefully until it stopped directly on game mode. It selected it, closed the menu, and then did the exact same thing again, opened the menu, zoomed through options, and selected game mode. "What the hell?" I whispered. Autumn grabbed my arm, her fingers digging into my skin. "Carter, this is freaking me out," she said, her voice shaky. I tried to approach it rationally. "It's probably just a malfunction in the remote. Maybe the batteries are leaking or something is causing a short circuit." I grabbed the remote and took the batteries out, but the TV continued its bizarre behavior. The menu closed, and then a moment later, it opened again, going through the exact same pattern. We ended up unplugging the TV completely. Autumn was visibly shaken, and honestly, so was I. We sat in the kitchen for a while, trying to come up with explanations. Power surge, remote interference from a neighbor's device, nothing seemed to fit what we'd just witnessed. The next morning, my alarm was set for 8:30, but I woke up at 8 to use the bathroom. As soon as I opened our bedroom door, I saw that familiar blue glow coming from the living room. My stomach dropped. We had left the TV unplugged. I walked slowly down the hallway, a sense of dread building with each step. The TV was on, the volume maxed out at 100 again, though oddly no sound was coming from it. The mute was activated, and it was definitely plugged in. I stood there staring at it, trying to process what I was seeing. I distinctly remembered unplugging it the night before. Autumn and I had both checked to make sure. There was no way it should be plugged in and turned on. With trembling hands, I turned it off and unplugged it again, wrapping the cord around the back of the TV stand this time. I went back to bed, but couldn't fall asleep. When Autumn's alarm went off at 8:30, I told her what had happened. She was silent for a moment, then said, "It's weird that it keeps showing game mode when we were playing games, isn't it?" That observation hit me hard. My dad and I used to play video games together all the time when I was growing up. It was our thing. Even as an adult, whenever I'd visit him, we'd spend at least some time playing together. The last time I saw him before he died, we'd played for hours. After Autumn left for work, I was alone in the house making breakfast when the TV turned on yet again. This time, I didn't immediately go to turn it off. Instead, I stood in the doorway of the kitchen, watching. "Dad?" I said aloud, feeling ridiculous even as I said it. "Is that you?" The TV's volume, which had been steadily rising, suddenly stopped at 72, my dad's age when he died. I felt a chill run down my spine. "If that's you, can you give me a sign?" The channel changed to a baseball game. The Yankees, my dad's favorite team. Then it flipped to the menu and once again highlighted game mode. My legs felt weak. I sat down on the couch, staring at the screen. "I miss you too, Dad," I said, my voice breaking. The TV turned off by itself. For the next few days, the TV would turn on at random times, always with similar patterns. Maxed volume, game mode selections, or channels my dad used to watch. It never happened when Autumn and I were playing video games together, only before or after. Then, about a week after it all started, something changed. I was home alone again, working, when I heard the TV turn on. This time, when I went to look, it was cycling through the input sources until it reached HDMI 2, which wasn't connected to anything. The screen showed blue static. As I watched, letters began appearing on screen, one by one, like someone was using an invisible keyboard. They spelled out, "Proud of you." I stood there, frozen, as tears welled up in my eyes. My dad's last text to me, sent the day before he died, had said those exact words. He was telling me he was proud of how I'd handled a difficult situation at work. The TV shut off after that message, and strangely, it never turned on by itself again. It was as if whatever needed to be communicated had been said. I've told this story to only a few people. Most think it was just a series of electrical malfunctions combined with grief-induced pattern recognition. Maybe they're right. The rational part of my brain wants to believe that, but another part of me knows what I saw. The timing, the specificity of the game mode, the Yankees game, my dad's age on the volume, and finally, those 3 words on the screen. It was too precise, too personal to be random. I still have the TV, though we don't use it much. Sometimes I look at it and wonder if my dad is still somehow there, watching over us. I'm not religious or particularly spiritual, but this experience has made me question what I believe about life after death. Whatever it was, a ghost, a glitch, or just my imagination, I choose to take comfort in the possibility that maybe, just maybe, my dad found a way to let me know he's still here, in some form, and that he's proud of me. Story 11. I'm not really sure how to start this. Never thought I'd be the one writing something like this online, but I can't keep it bottled up anymore. I need to tell someone, even if no one believes me. This happened a few years ago when I was 21, living with my mom, sister, and brother in Elk River, Minnesota. We called it our small poop brown house because, well, that's exactly what it looked like. Just this ugly brown color that stood out among all the nicer houses in the area. Our house was built in the 80s, sitting about 15 minutes from Anoka, what everyone around here calls the Halloween capital of the world. Pretty ironic considering what I'm about to share. Growing up, I never believed in ghosts or anything supernatural. My sister was the opposite, always watching ghost hunting shows, talking about spirits and stuff. I used to make fun of her for it. Everything changed during my junior year of high school, right after my parents got divorced. It was a rough time for all of us, but especially for my mom. She was working 2 jobs, barely home, just trying to keep us afloat. One weekend, me and 2 of my friends, Kayla and Megan, were bored out of our minds. We ended up at Goodwill, and there it was, a Ouija board sitting on the shelf for $5. We thought it would be hilarious to mess with my sister, pretend to contact some spirit and freak her out. God, I wish we had never bought that stupid thing. We took it home that Saturday afternoon. My mom was working, my brother was at a friend's house, and my sister was in her room with headphones on. The 3 of us sat in my bedroom, giggling as we set up the board on my carpet. I remember Kayla saying something like, "This is so dumb, but let's try to be serious for a minute." We put our fingers on the planchette and asked if anyone was there. Nothing happened at first. We were just pushing it around, asking stupid questions, laughing. Then Megan said we should try again, but for real this time. So we closed our eyes, and I asked again, "Is anyone here with us?" The room got cold, like unnaturally cold. It was October in Minnesota, so cold wasn't unusual, but this was different. It felt like someone had opened a freezer right next to us. The planchette started moving. Slowly at first, then faster. It went to yes. Megan freaked out, pulling her hand back and accusing Kayla of moving it. Kayla swore she wasn't. We tried again and I asked, "Who are you?" The planchette moved to spell out WATCHING. Before we could process what was happening, Kayla let out this blood-curdling scream and threw the board against my wall. The planchette flew under my bed. Kayla was shaking, tears streaming down her face. She kept saying, "Something touched me. Something touched my back." We looked behind her. Nothing was there. My sister rushed in, asking what the hell was going on. We laughed it off, told her we were just messing around, but Kayla wanted to leave immediately. She wouldn't even stay for dinner like we'd planned. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the board, about Kayla's face when she screamed. I told myself it was just our imaginations, that Kayla had felt a draft or something. Less than a week later, my sister came running out of the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, her face pale. She said while she was showering, she saw the door handle turning, like someone was trying to get in, but she was home alone. The doors were locked. No one could have been there. I still didn't believe her. I thought she was making it up for attention or because she was still freaked out about our parents' divorce. But then things started happening to me too. I was coming home late one night, around 3 in the morning. I'd been at a party and was exhausted. I just wanted to crash. I remember laying down in my bed, pulling my blanket up to my chin because the house was freezing, even though it was spring by then. I was just drifting off when I heard this high-pitched ringing in my ear. It was so loud, like someone was holding a tuning fork right next to my head. Before I could even sit up, I felt my blanket being yanked off me. Not like it slipped off, but like someone standing at the foot of my bed had grabbed it and pulled with force. I shot up, heart pounding, but my room was empty. The blanket was on the floor, several feet from my bed. I convinced myself I must have kicked it off in my sleep, even though I knew I hadn't even fallen asleep yet. The next weekend, Kayla stayed over. She hadn't been to my house since the Ouija board incident, but I had finally convinced her it was just our imagination. We stayed up late watching movies in my room and eventually fell asleep around 2 in the morning. I woke up to Kayla shaking me, her eyes wide with fear. "Olivia," she whispered, "something just pulled my blanket off me." That's when I knew something was seriously wrong. This wasn't just me being paranoid or my sister making things up. Something was in our house. The incidents kept happening, becoming more frequent and more obvious. One morning, I placed my phone on the bathroom counter while I was doing my makeup. I remember specifically putting it away from the edge because I didn't want it to fall. I turned around to grab something from the cabinet, and there was this loud clatter behind me. My phone had somehow launched itself across the room, landing in the bathtub. There was no way it could have fallen like that on its own. Another time, I had this scented candle on my dresser. It was in a heavy glass jar that my aunt had given me for Christmas. I was sitting on my bed reading when I heard a crash. The candle had somehow flown off the dresser and shattered against the opposite wall. Not rolled off, not fallen. It had traveled across the entire room. The basement was the worst, though. Our house was originally built in the 50s as a military home, but the basement was added in the 80s. There were always rumors around town that during construction, one of the workers disappeared. No one knew what happened to him, but some people said he'd been buried in the concrete foundation. I always thought it was just a stupid local legend. The basement had this strange atmosphere that's hard to describe. It was always about 10 degrees colder than the rest of the house, no matter the season. The lights would flicker for no reason, even after we changed the bulbs and had an electrician check the wiring. My mom and I both experienced the same thing when we were down there, this overwhelming urge to run up the stairs like something was chasing us. I can't count how many times I've sprinted up those stairs, heart pounding, convinced that if I looked back, something would be right behind me. My mom admitted she felt the same thing, but didn't want to scare us by talking about it. One night, I had to sleep in the basement because my grandparents were visiting and using my room. That was the worst night of my life. I had these vivid, horrifying nightmares, more real than any dream I'd ever had. In one, I was trapped in the basement while water slowly filled it up. I could see shapes moving beneath the surface, reaching for me. I woke up gasping for air, feeling like I was actually drowning. In another nightmare that same night, I saw a man standing in the corner of the basement just watching me. He didn't move or speak, just stared. His face was blurry, but I could tell he was wearing old-fashioned work clothes, all covered in dirt or concrete dust. I woke up from that one to find myself standing in the middle of the basement with no memory of getting out of bed. After that night, I refused to sleep down there again. I'd rather sleep on the kitchen floor than spend another night in that basement. The activity seemed to follow me, though. At first I thought the house was haunted, but then weird things started happening when I wasn't home. My friend Megan called me one day, freaking out, because while I was at her house, A picture of us had fallen off her wall and shattered. The glass had broken in this perfect circle around my face in the photo. That's when I started wondering if it wasn't the house that was haunted. What if something had attached itself to me? What if using that Ouija board had opened some kind of door? It all came to a head one night in July. I was alone in the house. Mom was working a night shift, my sister was at a sleepover, and my brother was staying at my dad's. I'd been feeling on edge all day, like something was building up. The air felt heavy, charged, like right before a massive thunderstorm. I was in my room trying to watch Netflix, but my laptop kept glitching. The screen would freeze, then play at high speed, then freeze again. I gave up and decided to just go to bed early. As soon as I turned off my light, I heard footsteps in the hallway. Heavy, slow footsteps, like someone wearing work boots. I froze, listening. We had a cat, but this was definitely not a cat. These were human footsteps. I told myself it was just the house settling, old floors creaking, but then my door handle started to turn, slowly. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. I just watched as the handle turned all the way down, then the door began to open. There was nothing there, no person, no shadow, nothing visible, but the door opened as if someone was pushing it. The temperature in my room plummeted. I could see my breath clouding in front of me. Then I felt it. A pressure on the edge of my bed, like someone sitting down. My mattress actually dipped under the weight of something I couldn't see. That high-pitched ringing started again, so loud it felt like my eardrums would burst. And then I heard a voice, not out loud, but in my head, clear as day. "I've been watching you." I don't remember what happened next. I must have passed out from fear. When I woke up, it was morning. My door was closed. My room was warm. Everything looked normal, except for one thing. There were muddy footprints on my carpet, leading from the door to my bed, then back out again. Not my shoes, not anyone's from my family. They looked like work boots, caked with what looked like concrete dust. I took photos of them with my phone, but when I looked at the pictures later, the footprints weren't visible, just my clean carpet. That was the night I knew for certain something was attached to me. I told my mom everything the next day, showed her the footprints that were still visible to the naked eye, but wouldn't show up in photos. She believed me. She'd had her own experiences in the house. We found a local woman who specialized in cleansings. She came to our house with sage and salt and a bunch of other things. She performed some kind of ritual, focusing especially on me and the basement. She told us the board had opened a doorway, and something had come through. Something that wasn't a human spirit, but something older and more malicious that was feeding on my fear. After the cleansing, things got better. The activity died down. No more footsteps, no more blankets being pulled off, no more objects moving on their own. For months, everything was normal. But sometimes, late at night, I still hear that high-pitched ringing starting in my ear, and I know it's still watching me, waiting. Story 12. I've never really told anyone the full story of what happened in my childhood home. It's hard to put into words even now. Most people would think I'm crazy or making it up for attention, but I swear on everything I care about that this all happened. I need to get it off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. I grew up in Willow Creek, this really quiet suburban neighborhood where nothing exciting ever happened. Well, nothing exciting that other people knew about. Our house looked completely normal from the outside. 2 stories, white picket fence, the whole American dream setup. My parents bought it when I was just a baby, so it was the only home I'd ever known. The weird stuff started when I was around 7 or 8. At first, it was just these sounds at night. Metal clanking against metal, like someone was cooking in the kitchen. Pots and pans being moved around, cabinet doors opening and closing. I remember asking my mom about it one morning, and she just looked confused. "I wasn't in the kitchen last night, Max," she said. "You must have been dreaming." But I wasn't dreaming. These sounds happened almost every night, usually starting around 9 or 10 o'clock. The strange thing was, I actually got used to them. They became like this weird lullaby that helped me fall asleep. Isn't that messed up, being comforted by something that should have terrified me? When I was 10, everything changed. It was a school night, probably around 8:30, and I got hungry. My parents were supposed to be home around 9. Dad was working late and Mom had gone to help my aunt with something. I decided to grab a snack from the kitchen. The kitchen was at the end of this long hallway, and as I got closer, I heard it, the familiar sound of metal pots clanking. I remember feeling relieved, thinking, oh, Mum must be home early. I walked into the kitchen expecting to see her there. The kitchen was empty, completely empty, but the sounds didn't stop. Right in front of me, I heard a metal pan shift on the stove. I saw the handle move slightly. Nothing was touching it. I ran back to my room so fast I nearly tripped. I buried myself under the covers and stayed there until I heard my parents' car in the driveway about 30 minutes later. I never told them what happened. How could I explain that our kitchen made cooking noises all by itself? That was the first time I truly realized something was wrong with our house. Before that, I could pretend the sounds were just the house settling or the neighbors being noisy. But seeing and hearing, it happened right in front of me. There was no denying it anymore. I started paying more attention to the weird things after that. The sounds continued, but there were other things too. Objects would move slightly between when I left a room and came back. My toys would be arranged differently than how I left them. The temperature in certain parts of the house would drop suddenly, creating these pockets of cold air that made no sense. But nothing prepared me for what happened when I was 11. It was a Friday night, and I was running down the hallway to my bedroom. I'd stayed up late watching TV with my dad, and Mum had already yelled at me twice to go to bed. The hallway lights were off. We always turned them off at night to save electricity, so I was running through near darkness, using the faint light from the living room to guide me. As I passed the bathroom door, I caught something in my peripheral vision, something white, bright white, like it was glowing. I stopped dead in my tracks and slowly turned my head. There, standing in the corner where the bathroom door met the wall, was what looked like a person. It was tall, maybe 5 or 6 feet high, and completely, brilliantly white. Not like a sheet or a costume, but like it was made of light. It had a human shape, with what appeared to be a flowing dress or gown that reached the floor. I could only see it from the corner of my eye. When I turned to look directly at it, it seemed to fade slightly, but I could still make out the shape. The upper part resembled a woman, which is why I started calling it the bride in my head. I stood there frozen for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds. Then my fight or flight kicked in, and I bolted to my room, slamming the door behind me. I didn't sleep at all that night. I saw the bride a few more times over the next couple of years, always in that same spot, always just from the corner of my eye. I started avoiding that hallway at night, taking the long way around through the dining room to get to my bedroom if it was dark. My parents thought I was being ridiculous, but they didn't know what I'd seen. By the time I was 13, I'd almost convinced myself that the bride was just my imagination. The kitchen noises continued, but I'd gotten so used to them that they barely registered anymore. I thought maybe the worst was over. I was wrong. When I was 14, almost 15, I experienced the most terrifying night of my life. It was a school night in January, freezing cold outside. I woke up around 2 in the morning needing to use the bathroom. My bedroom was on the 2nd floor, and the nearest bathroom was down the hall. I was groggy and half asleep as I sat up in bed. That's when I heard it. A sound that instantly made me fully alert. It was the distinct sound of a chainsaw starting up. That unmistakable revving noise, the motor catching and then roaring to life. Inside my house. It wasn't coming from outside. I know what that would sound like. This had that enclosed quality of a sound happening indoors. It echoed slightly off the walls. It was coming from somewhere downstairs. Who the hell starts a chainsaw inside a house at 2 in the morning? I sat there paralyzed, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The sound continued for maybe 15 seconds, then stopped abruptly. I waited, straining my ears for any other noise, footsteps, voices, anything that might tell me what was happening. Silence. Then it started again. The pull cord sound, then the revving, louder this time. It sounded like it was coming from the living room. I wanted to scream for my parents, but I was afraid of drawing attention to myself. What if someone had broken in? What kind of psychopath breaks into a house with a chainsaw? I reached for my phone to call 911, but my hands were shaking so badly I couldn't even unlock it. The sound stopped again. More silence. Then it started a third time, and now it sounded like it was at the bottom of the stairs, closer, coming toward me. I've never been so terrified in my life. I pulled my covers over my head like a little kid, as if a thin blanket could protect me from whatever was coming up those stairs. I was sweating despite the cold, my bladder painfully full, but there was no way I was leaving my room. The chainsaw sound stopped again. I heard what sounded like footsteps on the stairs. Slow, heavy footsteps. Then nothing. I stayed under those covers until I saw sunlight peeking through. 6 hours of absolute terror, not moving a muscle, barely breathing. When my alarm went off at 7, I nearly jumped out of my skin. When I finally got the courage to leave my room, the house was completely normal. My parents were getting ready for work, complaining about the cold weather. I asked if they'd heard anything strange during the night. Like what? My mom asked. I don't know. Like a motor or something. I couldn't bring myself to say chainsaw. They both shook their heads. You were probably dreaming, honey, my mom said, ruffling my hair like I was still a little kid. But I wasn't dreaming. I know what I heard. I spent the next week sleeping with my desk chair propped against my bedroom door. I kept a baseball bat under my bed. I stayed up as late as I could, afraid to fall asleep. My grades started slipping because I was so exhausted all the time. The weird thing is, after that night, the chainsaw never came back. The kitchen noises continued occasionally, and I thought I glimpsed the bride once or twice more, but nothing as terrifying as that night ever happened again. We moved out of that house when I was 17. My dad got a job in another state. I should have been sad to leave my childhood home, but honestly, I was relieved. It's been over 10 years since we left Willow Creek, and I've never experienced anything paranormal in any place I've lived since. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined it all, if my kid brain just made up scary stories and convinced myself they were real. But then I remember the empty kitchen with the moving pot handle, the brilliant white figure that only appeared in my peripheral vision. The chainsaw sound getting closer and closer to my bedroom. I've researched the history of our old house and the land it was built on. There were no recorded deaths there, no tragedies, nothing that would explain what I experienced. The family that moved in after us is still living there as far as I know. I sometimes wonder if they hear the kitchen noises at night, if they've seen the bride, if they've been woken up by impossible sounds. I'll never know what was in that house with us. Whatever it was, it seemed to be attached to the house, not to me or my family. But the memories are attached to me, permanently. I still can't hear a chainsaw without breaking into a cold sweat. I still can't look down a dark hallway without tensing up, afraid of what I might see from the corner of my eye. And I still can't explain any of it, not logically. Maybe some things just can't be explained. Maybe some houses have entities or energies that we don't understand. All I know is what I experienced, and I know it was real. The house that haunted me wasn't in my imagination. It was in Willow Creek, on a quiet suburban street where nothing exciting ever happened, at least nothing that anyone talked about. Story 13. I've never been one to believe in ghosts or anything like that. I was raised in a pretty no-nonsense family, and we didn't have time for fairy tales when we were just trying to make ends meet. My dad worked 2 jobs for as long as I can remember, and my mum cleaned houses on the weekends to help with bills. We weren't poor enough to qualify for assistance, but we weren't comfortable either. Growing up, I never had the game systems my friends had. While they were all playing the latest PlayStation or Nintendo games, I was stuck with hand-me-down toys or whatever cheap entertainment I could find. I remember being in middle school when the Xbox 360 came out, and man, I wanted one so badly. All my friends were talking about Call of Duty and Halo 3, and I was completely left out of those conversations. So when I turned 16 and got my first job at the local grocery store, I had one goal in mind. I opened a savings account and put aside a little money from each paycheck. It took almost a year and a half, but last month I finally had enough to buy a used Xbox 360 with a few games. It wasn't the newest system out there anymore, but it was mine, and I was so proud of it. This happened just last week on a Tuesday night. I remember it was Tuesday because my sister had her dance recital practice, and my parents had gone to watch. They said I could stay home since I had a history test to study for the next day. Naturally, as soon as they left, I abandoned my textbook and fired up the Xbox. I played for hours. I completely lost track of time, and before I knew it, it was almost 11 at night. I heard the garage door open downstairs. My family was back. I quickly shut everything down and pretended to be studying when my mum poked her head in to check on me. "Don't stay up too late," she said, and I nodded, promising I'd go to bed soon. After they all went to their rooms, I decided to play just a little longer. One more mission, I told myself. That turned into 2 more missions, and suddenly it was 1 in the morning. I knew I had to stop, or I'd be a zombie at school the next day. I turned off the Xbox, the TV, and all the lights downstairs. Our house is pretty old, built in the 70s, I think, with the bedrooms all upstairs. The staircase is kind of narrow and creaky, and I was trying to be quiet so I wouldn't wake anyone up. When I got to the top landing, I noticed a soft light coming from the hallway. At first, I thought someone had left a light on, but it wasn't like that. It was more like a gentle glow, almost bluish white. And then I saw her. A woman in a white nightgown was walking slowly down the hallway, away from me. I immediately thought it was my mom checking on my sister or something. She has this old white nightgown she's had forever that she refuses to throw away. "Mom," I whispered, not wanting to wake my dad. She didn't turn around or respond. She just kept walking until she reached my sister's room and went inside. I thought that was weird. My mom usually respects our privacy and knocks before entering our rooms, especially in the middle of the night. I followed her, thinking maybe my sister wasn't feeling well or something. When I got to my sister's doorway, I could see the room was dark, except for the same soft glow I'd noticed in the hallway. I squinted, trying to make out where my mom was standing. "Mom?" I said again, a little louder this time, but the glow faded and I couldn't see anyone in the room. I reached for the light switch and flipped it on. My sister was sound asleep in her bed, but there was no one else there. I looked around, confused. The closet door was closed, and there's nowhere else in the room someone could hide. A chill ran through me. I went over to my sister and shook her awake. She was annoyed at being woken up. "What?" she grumbled, squinting at me. "Did Mom just come in here?" I asked. "No," she said, looking at me like I was crazy. "I've been asleep. Go away." I apologized and turned off her light, closing the door behind me. I stood in the hallway trying to make sense of what had just happened. Maybe I was more tired than I thought. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me after staring at the TV screen for so long. But I knew what I'd seen. Someone had walked into my sister's room, and if it wasn't my mom, my heart started racing. I rushed to my parents' bedroom and opened the door without knocking. The light from the hallway spilled in, and I could see both my parents in bed. My mom stirred and lifted her head. "What's wrong?" she asked, her voice thick with sleep. I thought I saw you go into Emma's room," I said, my voice shaking a little. My dad groaned and rolled over. Go to bed, son. It's late. But I saw someone, I insisted. A woman in a white nightgown. I thought it was you, Mom. My mom sat up now, more awake. I've been in bed for hours, she said. You must have been dreaming. I wasn't asleep, I said, probably louder than I should have. I was coming upstairs, and I saw someone who looked just like you walk into Emma's room. But when I went in there, no one was there. My parents exchanged a look I couldn't quite interpret. My dad sighed and sat up too. You need to get some sleep, he said firmly. We'll talk about this in the morning if you want. I knew they weren't going to take me seriously, at least not at 1:30 in the morning. So I nodded and went to my room, but I didn't sleep much that night. I kept replaying what I'd seen in my head, trying to convince myself it was just my imagination, or my tired eyes playing tricks on me. But I couldn't shake the feeling that what I'd seen was real. The next morning, I was exhausted. I dragged myself through my morning routine and barely touched my breakfast. My parents were acting normal, like nothing had happened. My sister didn't mention being woken up in the middle of the night, and I didn't bring it up either. I figured they all thought I was just seeing things. After school, I came home to find my mom sitting at the kitchen table with a photo album open in front of her. She looked up when I walked in and patted the chair next to her. "Come sit," she said. "I want to show you something." I dropped my backpack and sat down beside her. She turned a few pages in the album until she came to a photo of two women standing side by side, arms around each other's shoulders, both smiling at the camera. "That's me," she said, pointing to the woman on the right. "And that's my sister, your Aunt Catherine." I stared at the photo, a cold feeling spreading through my chest. The woman on the left looked exactly like my mom. Same face, same smile, same everything. They could have been twins, except for their clothes and hairstyles. "I didn't know you had a sister," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. My mom nodded. "She died before you were born. Cancer. She was only 28. I couldn't take my eyes off the photo. The resemblance was uncanny. If I hadn't known better, I would have thought it was two pictures of my mum from different years. She looks just like you," I managed to say. "I know," my mum replied. "People used to think we were twins, even though she was 3 years older." She paused, watching my face. "Is this who you saw last night?" My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. "I thought it was you," I said. "The woman I saw looked exactly like you, but there was something different about her, a kind of glow around her." My mum was quiet for a long moment. "Catherine used to wear a white nightgown to bed," she said finally. "It was her favorite. She said it made her feel like a princess." I felt like the floor was tilting beneath me. "Are you saying I saw a ghost? Your sister's ghost?" "I don't know what you saw," my mom said softly, "but Catherine loved children. She was so sad that she never got to have any of her own, and she never got to meet you or Emma." "But why would she appear now?" I asked. "Why not before?" My mom shrugged. "I don't have those answers, but I do know that strange things happen sometimes, things we can't explain." The rest of that day was a blur. I kept thinking about what I'd seen, trying to rationalize it somehow. Maybe I had seen a picture of my aunt before and forgotten about it. Maybe my subconscious created an image based on stories I'd heard. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. I had never seen a picture of Aunt Catherine before, and my parents rarely talked about her. That night, I couldn't bring myself to play the Xbox. I sat in my room, jumping at every creak and shadow. I kept the lights on until well past midnight, afraid of what I might see if I turned them off. It's been almost a week now, and I haven't seen the glowing figure again. Part of me is relieved, but another part is curious. Why did she appear to me? Was she trying to tell me something? Was she checking on my sister? I've tried researching ghosts and spirits online, but there's so much contradictory information. Some sites say ghosts are trapped souls, unable to move on. Others say they're just energy imprints left behind, and others say they're loved ones who come back to visit. What bothers me the most is the glow. Why did she have a glow around her? And if she's crossed over or whatever, how could she visit? Isn't there supposed to be some kind of barrier between our world and whatever comes next? I'm not sure I'll ever have answers to these questions. But I know what I saw wasn't a dream or my imagination. It was real as the chair I'm sitting in right now. I haven't told any of my friends about this. They'd probably think I was making it up, or that I'd fallen asleep playing video games and had a weird dream. But I know what I saw, and now every time I walk up those stairs at night, I find myself looking down the hallway, wondering if I'll see that soft glow again. I wonder if she's watching over us. My aunt, who I never got to meet. I wonder if she's proud of the person I'm becoming. I wonder if she knows how much I wish I could have known her. Some nights I whisper, "Good night, Aunt Catherine," before I go to sleep, just in case she's listening. I don't know if she can hear me. I don't know if she'll ever appear again. But somehow it doesn't feel as scary anymore, just mysterious and kind of sad. I've looked at that photo of her and my mom 100 times now. They really do look identical. No wonder I thought it was my mom that night, but now I can't stop thinking about all the other questions. Why that night? Why my sister's room? And most of all, will I ever see her again? Story 14. I still can't sleep right. It's been 3 weeks since it happened, and every time I close my eyes, I hear that scratchy voice through the spirit box. I never believed in this stuff before. Never. But what happened that day in the woods outside Pine Ridge changed everything for me. My name's Ethan. I'm 17, and my buddy Jake and I have been into paranormal investigation videos on YouTube for a while now. Nothing serious, just something to kill time when we weren't at school or working our crappy weekend jobs at the mall. We'd watch these guys with their fancy equipment detecting spirits and laugh about how fake it all seemed. But we were also curious, you know? What if some of it was real? So last month, Jake and I pooled our money and bought some cheap equipment online. A knockoff EMF detector and this spirit box thing that scans radio frequencies. Probably total garbage, but we thought it would be fun to play ghost hunters for a day. We'd heard about this abandoned hut deep in the woods outside Pine Ridge. It's about a 40-minute hike from the main road, and most people don't even know it exists. Jake had broken his arm skateboarding 2 weeks before, but he insisted he was fine to make the hike. His cast was this bright blue thing that made him look like he was wearing half a Smurf costume. It was a Saturday morning, sunny but cold. We parked Jake's old Honda at the trailhead around 10 in the morning. The forest was quiet, too quiet looking back on it now. No birds, no squirrels, nothing. Just the sound of dead leaves crunching under our feet. "Dude, this is gonna be so lame," Jake said, adjusting his backpack with his good arm. "We're gonna sit in some rotting shack for hours and get nothing but static." "Maybe," I said. "But if we actually catch something, we'll have bragging rights forever." The hut was smaller than I expected. Just a single room with a collapsed bed frame in one corner, a rusted-out wood stove, and a rickety table. The windows were broken, and part of the roof had caved in. The place smelled like mold and animal piss. "Home sweet home," Jake muttered, setting down his backpack and pulling out our equipment. I walked around the perimeter, checking out the walls. Someone had carved names into the wood decades ago. Most were faded, but I could make out Peter and a date from the early 1970s. "Hey, someone named Peter used to own this place," I called out. "At least that's what the carving says." Jake was fiddling with the spirit box. "Cool, we've got a name to work with." We set up our stuff on the table. The EMF detector was this cheap plastic thing with lights that would supposedly flash if there were electromagnetic fluctuations. The spirit box was a little more legit looking. Basically a modified radio scanner that cycles through frequencies really fast. The theory is that ghosts can manipulate the white noise and radio snippets to form words. For the first 30 minutes, absolutely nothing happened. We sat there asking questions to the empty room like complete idiots. "Is anyone here with us? Can you tell us your name?" Did you live in this house? Peter, are you here? The EMF stayed dark. The spirit box just spat out random bits of static and occasional fragments of radio stations too distant to come in clearly. Jake was getting bored. This is stupid. Let's pack up and go find something else to do. That's when it happened. The EMF detector suddenly lit up like a Christmas tree, all 5 lights blinking rapidly. We both jumped. Holy shit, Jake whispered. Are you doing that? I shook my head. I'm not touching anything. The temperature dropped so fast I could see my breath. It had been chilly before, but now it felt like we were standing in a freezer. The hair on my arms stood up. Then the spirit box started going crazy. Through the static, we heard a man's voice. Not like the random words or syllables you usually get with these things. This was different. It was a complete sentence, clear as day. Get out now. He's coming. Jake and I looked at each other. His face had gone pale. Did you hear that? I asked. He nodded slowly. Maybe it's just picking up a radio station. I turned to the spirit box. Who's coming? The voice came through again, urgent and strained. Man with weapon, outside, waiting. My stomach dropped. This wasn't some ghost story anymore. This felt real. Too real. Is this Peter? Jake asked, his voice shaking slightly. Yes. Protect you. He hurt people. Leave now. Back door. I walked to the window and peeked out. At first, I didn't see anything, just trees and underbrush, but then I caught movement about 50 yards away. Someone was walking toward the hut from the direction of the trail. Dude, I whispered, there's actually someone coming. Jake joined me at the window. We watched as a heavy-set man emerged from the trees. He was probably in his 50s, wearing a dirty flannel shirt and work boots. A large dog was following at his heels, some kind of Rottweiler mix that looked mean as hell. Maybe he's just a hiker, Jake said, but I could tell he didn't believe it. The spirit box crackled again. Knife in pocket, angry, no reason, leave now. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. We should go. We quickly shoved our equipment back into our backpacks. The EMF detector was still flashing wildly. Thank you, Peter, I said, feeling stupid but genuinely grateful. The spirit box gave one final message. Back door. Run when dog looks away. There was a rear entrance to the hut, just a doorframe with no door. It led into a small clearing before the trees thickened again. We crept toward it, trying to make as little noise as possible. Through the gaps in the wooden walls, I could see the man getting closer. He was moving with purpose, like he knew exactly where he was going. The dog was sniffing the ground, agitated. We waited by the back door, watching through a crack. The dog suddenly turned and ran off to the side, chasing something we couldn't see. Now, I whispered. We slipped out the back door and made it about 20 feet into the trees when we heard the man's voice. Hey, stop right there! We froze. Looking back, I saw him standing at the corner of the hut, his face twisted with anger. The dog was nowhere in sight. What the hell are you doing on my property? He demanded. Jake, always quicker on his feet than me, spoke up. Sorry, sir. We didn't know this belonged to anyone. We were just exploring. The man's eyes narrowed. Bullshit, you're trespassing. We're really sorry, I added. We'll leave right now. He took a step toward us. Empty your backpacks. Show me what you stole. We didn't steal anything, Jake said. We were just looking around. That's when the man reached into his pocket and pulled out exactly what the voice had warned us about. A machete that had to be at least 15 inches long. My blood turned to ice. I said, empty the fucking backpacks, he growled. With shaking hands, we unzipped our bags and showed him the ghost hunting equipment. He looked confused for a moment. What's all this crap? Just, recording equipment, I stammered, for a school project. His eyes hardened again. You broke my fence coming in here. There was indeed a dilapidated fence somewhere back along the trail, but it had clearly been broken for years. Parts of it were rotted away completely. That fence was already down, Jake said. Big mistake. The man took another step forward, pointing the machete at Jake's chest. Are you calling me a liar, boy? No, sir. Jake said quickly. "I'm sorry." The man was breathing heavily now, his face flushed. "You're going to come back tomorrow and fix it, both of you." Jake lifted his casted arm. "Sir, I've got a broken arm. I don't think I can—" "I don't give a shit about your arm," the man shouted. "Tomorrow, 8 in the morning, bring tools." We nodded frantically, agreeing to whatever he wanted. The whole time, I kept thinking about the voice through the spirit box. It had warned us exactly what would happen. An armed man, angry for no reason. The man's dog came bounding back through the trees, barking aggressively. The man smiled, and it was the creepiest thing I've ever seen. "Thunder here doesn't like trespassers either," he said. "He's taken chunks out of people for less than what you've done." We stood there, frozen in terror, until he finally jerked his head toward the trail. "Get going, and remember, 8 tomorrow morning." We walked away as quickly as we could without running. I could feel his eyes on our backs the entire time. Once we were out of sight, we broke into a full sprint, not stopping until we reached Jake's car. We drove straight to the police station and reported everything. The officers knew exactly who we were talking about. Apparently the guy was known for threatening hikers and campers, claiming they were on his land, even though he didn't actually own it. They said they'd look into it, but I could tell they weren't taking it too seriously. We never went back to fix that fence. My dad called the police chief, who's an old friend of his, and made sure they understood how serious the threat had been. They eventually sent someone out there to talk to the guy. But here's the thing, I still can't wrap my head around. How did that voice, Peter, know exactly what was going to happen? It warned us about a man with a weapon before we saw anyone. It knew he would be irrationally angry. It knew he would threaten us without provocation. I've replayed the events in my mind 1,000 times. The voice through the spirit box wasn't static or random radio snippets. It was clear, direct, and it saved us from what could have been so much worse. I'm not saying I'm a believer now, but something happened in those woods that I can't explain, and sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder if Peter is still there in that hut, warning others about the dangers that lurk outside. Story 15. I've been debating whether to post this for months now. I still get chills thinking about it, and I'm not someone who believes in the paranormal or anything like that. But what happened that night in February has left me questioning everything I thought I knew about life and death. My grandmother died when I was 5 years old. I have vague memories of her. The smell of her perfume, her soft hands, and the way she'd call me little bird in her gentle voice. Though I didn't get much time with her, I've always felt a strange connection to her. My mum says we're alike in many ways, from our mannerisms to our stubbornness. Back in February, I was staying at my boyfriend Jake's apartment. We'd been dating for about 8 months at that point. He lives in this tiny studio apartment close to campus, and his bed situation was less than ideal, just a twin mattress on a basic frame. This wouldn't be a problem for most couples, but Jake is 6'7", and I'm 5'4". We're both restless sleepers too, which made sharing that tiny bed a challenge every time I stayed over. Usually, I slept on my side, pressed against the wall to give him more space. It was uncomfortable, but I didn't mind too much since I only stayed over on weekends. That particular night, I was exhausted from studying for midterms all day. I remember crawling into bed while Jake was in the bathroom brushing his teeth. I was so tired that I fell asleep on my back instead of my usual position. What happened next still makes my heart race when I think about it. I fell into this incredibly vivid nightmare. In it, Jake was on top of me, his hands around my throat, squeezing tighter and tighter. His face was contorted with rage, and he was yelling something at me, but I couldn't make out the words. The strange thing was, behind his voice, I could hear another voice, my grandmother's voice. At first, she was calm, telling me, "Emma, it's just a dream, little bird, just a dream." But as Jake's grip tightened in the nightmare, her voice became more frantic, more urgent. "Emma, wake up! You need to wake up now!" Her voice got more desperate with each second. I was trying to wake up, trying to pull myself out of this horrible nightmare, but it felt like I was trapped in quicksand. The more I struggled, the deeper I sank. "Emma, wake up now!" My grandmother's scream finally jolted me awake, or at least I thought I was awake, but something was wrong, very wrong. I couldn't see anything despite the fact that we always kept a small lamp on during the night. Jake hates complete darkness, and the pressure on my neck from the nightmare, it was still there. It was real. I tried to move but couldn't. I tried to call out to Jake but couldn't make a sound. That's when panic really set in. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. I realized I couldn't breathe. The pressure on my throat was increasing and my lungs were burning for air. In those terrifying moments, I understood what was happening. Jake had rolled over in his sleep, and because of the small bed, his elbow was pressed hard against my throat, cutting off my airway. His massive weight had me pinned down, and in the dark, I was completely disoriented. I couldn't even tell which way to push to get him off me. I remember thinking, this is it. This is how I die. In a twin bed, accidentally choked by my boyfriend's elbow. It sounds almost comical now, but in that moment, it was the most terrifying realization of my life. Just as spots started appearing in my vision and my limbs began to feel numb and heavy, I heard my grandmother's voice again. Not in a dream this time, but clear as day, right next to my ear. "Don't give up, little bird. Push. Now." I don't know where I found the strength, but with everything I had left, I managed to shift my body just enough to nudge Jake's side. It wasn't much, just a small movement, but it was enough to make him roll slightly in his sleep. His elbow moved away from my throat, and suddenly I could breathe again. I gasped for air, each breath painful yet incredible. The room gradually came back into view as my eyes adjusted to the dim light from the lamp. Jake was still sound asleep, completely unaware of what had just happened. I lay there, shaking uncontrollably, tears streaming down my face. I didn't dare move from that spot for fear of disturbing Jake and ending up in the same position again. So I just stayed awake all night, watching him sleep, thinking about how close I had come to dying and how nobody would have understood what happened. They would have thought Jake had killed me intentionally, and his life would have been ruined too. The hours crawled by as I replayed what had happened over and over in my mind. Had I really heard my grandmother's voice? The grandmother who had been dead for 18 years? It seemed impossible, yet I was certain it was her. The way she called me Little Bird, nobody else ever called me that. My mom didn't even know about that nickname. When Jake finally woke up around 7 in the morning, I was still wide awake, though exhausted both physically and emotionally. He rolled over, smiled at me, and then his expression changed when he saw my face. "Babe, what's wrong? You look terrible." My voice was hoarse when I tried to speak, and my throat hurt with every word. I told him what happened, watching his face turn from confusion to horror to guilt. "Oh my God, Emma, I don't know what to say. I could have killed you. I'm so sorry." He pulled me into a hug, and I could feel him trembling. We both agreed that we wouldn't share the twin bed again until he could get a bigger one. That weekend, he used his entire paycheck to buy a queen-sized mattress, and we got rid of the twin one immediately. I didn't tell Jake about hearing my grandmother's voice. I was afraid he would think I was crazy, or that I was making up details to make the story more dramatic. But I know what I heard. I know she was there with me, guiding me, saving me. It's been 7 months now, and I still think about that night all the time. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just my survival instinct taking the form of a familiar voice, or maybe my oxygen-deprived brain was creating hallucinations. But deep down, I believe my grandmother somehow reached out from wherever she is to save my life. I've started keeping a small photo of her on my nightstand. Sometimes, before I go to sleep, I talk to her. I thank her for that night. I tell her about my day. I'm not sure if she can hear me, but it brings me comfort to think that she might be watching over me. The experience has changed me in ways I'm still discovering. I'm more careful about everything now, more aware of how fragile life is. I've started reconnecting with my mom, asking her more questions about my grandmother, trying to piece together the limited memories I have of her. Jake and I are still together, and our relationship has actually grown stronger after that night. He's become incredibly protective of me, almost to a fault. Sometimes I catch him watching me while I sleep, as if he's making sure I'm still breathing. The human mind is an incredible thing, capable of creating complex dreams and hallucinations. But what I experienced that night felt like something more. I've never been religious or spiritual, but now I find myself wondering about what happens after we die. Is it possible that those we love can still reach out to us when we need them most? I don't have answers to these questions, and maybe I never will. All I know is that something or someone saved my life that night, and whether it was truly my grandmother's spirit or just my mind taking the form of my earliest protector doesn't change how grateful I am to be alive. Sometimes when I'm drifting off to sleep, I think I catch a faint whiff of my grandmother's perfume, and I whisper, "Good night, Grandma. Thank you for watching over your little bird." Has anyone else experienced something like this? A departed loved one reaching out in a moment of danger? I'd love to hear I'm not alone in this. Story 16. I've never told this story to anyone outside my family because I know how it sounds. I was just 6 years old when it happened, but I remember it like it was yesterday. It's been 15 years, and I still can't sleep with any space under my bed. I need that space completely filled with boxes and junk. My roommates think I'm weird, but they don't know why, and I can't bring myself to explain. It was spring break during first grade. Mom had decided it was time for a deep clean of the whole house in Willowbrook. You know how moms get with spring cleaning. Suddenly everything needs to be scrubbed, sorted, and reorganized. I'd spent the entire day helping her pull stuff out from under my bed. Old toys, shoes, books I'd forgotten about, all piled in the corner of my room waiting to be sorted through the next day. By bedtime, I was exhausted. I remember going through my usual routine, brushing my teeth. I'd just lost my front tooth that week and kept poking my tongue through the gap. Putting on my favorite Barbie pajamas with the frayed sleeve that Mum kept saying she'd fix, and grabbing Bunny, my stuffed rabbit I'd had since I was 2. The cleaning had made my room smell like lemon furniture polish, and there was still dust floating in the air that made me sneeze a couple times before climbing into bed. I remember feeling weird about the pile of stuff in the corner. It made strange shadows on the wall from my nightlight, a little purple butterfly that didn't give off much light, but was better than complete darkness. The shadows looked like a hunched figure watching me, but I told myself it was just my imagination. As I was lying there trying to fall asleep, I got that feeling. Anyone who's experienced it knows what I'm talking about. That sensation that you're not alone, like someone's watching you. I'd had it before, plenty of times. Mom always told me it was just my imagination being overactive, and I'd gotten used to ignoring it. Our house in Willowbrook was old, built in the 1970s, and it made all kinds of noises at night. The heating would kick on with a groan, the pipes would clang, and the windows would creak when the wind hit them just right. So when I felt that presence in my room, I did what I always did. Squeezed my eyes shut tighter and clutched Bunny closer to my chest. I remember pulling my Disney princess comforter up to my chin and counting in my head like my teacher Mrs. Jenkins had taught us to do when we felt scared or nervous. 1, 2, 3. That's when I felt it. The mattress dipped slightly beside me, like when Mom would sit on the edge to say goodnight. Except Mom had already said goodnight an hour ago. I froze, my whole body going stiff. I could feel the weight settling in, not all at once, but slowly, like someone was carefully lying down next to me, trying not to wake me. I told myself it was just the house settling, or maybe the mattress adjusting from me moving around. But then I felt a hand, cold, dry, with long fingers, brush against my leg, just below where my pajama pants had ridden up. It wasn't a quick touch. It was deliberate, like fingers testing to see if I was real. I screamed and jumped up so fast I got dizzy. I slapped at the light switch on the wall by my bed, the one shaped like a star that Dad had installed specially for me. The room flooded with light, and nothing. There was nobody there, just my rumpled covers, Bunny lying on his side where I'd dropped him, and the pile of junk in the corner. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. I checked under the bed. Nothing but dust bunnies and a sock I'd lost weeks ago. I checked my closet, pushing aside the hanging clothes with shaking hands. Nothing. I even looked behind my door and out in the hallway. The house was quiet, except for the sound of the TV downstairs where Mom was watching her shows. I stood in the middle of my room trying to calm down. Maybe it had been a dream, but I hadn't been asleep yet. I was sure of it. My legs felt weak and wobbly, like when I had to stand too long during school assemblies. I sat on the edge of my bed, my feet touching the floor, and took deep breaths like Mom taught me when I got scared. Just as I was starting to think maybe I really had imagined it, something grabbed my ankle, not just touched, grabbed, hard. Fingers wrapped completely around my ankle and yanked. Whatever it was under my bed, and it was trying to pull me under. The grip was so tight it hurt. I could feel fingernails digging into my skin. I screamed again and kicked with all my might, scrambling backward onto my bed. The grip released, but I could have sworn I heard something like breathing coming from under there. Heavy, raspy breathing that didn't sound human. I crawled to the furthest corner of my mattress, pressed against the wall, and started crying. Not just crying, full-on hysterical sobbing. I couldn't even yell for Mom because I couldn't catch my breath. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grab my little pink flip phone. It wasn't a real one, just a text-only phone Mom had gotten me for emergencies from my nightstand. I texted my brother first. He was 16 and his room was right next to mine. Something under bed, help. Then I texted Mom downstairs. Mom, come quick, scared. I sat there hugging my knees, staring at the space beneath my bed, terrified that whatever it was would reach out again. The seconds felt like hours. I couldn't stop trembling. My pajamas were damp with sweat, and I could feel tears and snot running down my face, but I didn't dare move to wipe them away. My brother got there first, bursting into my room with his headphones still around his neck. "What's wrong, Soph? What happened?" I just pointed at the bed and managed to choke out, "There's something under there." He rolled his eyes at first, typical big brother, but when he saw the state I was in, his expression changed. I must have looked absolutely terrified, because he didn't argue or tell me I was being a baby. He actually got down on his hands and knees and checked under the bed thoroughly, even using the flashlight on his phone. "There's nothing under here, Sophia," he said, his voice gentler than usual. "Just dust." Mom came in right after, worry all over her face. "Honey, what happened? Are you okay?" I told them everything through hiccuping sobs, about feeling someone lie down next to me, about the hand on my leg, about being grabbed when I sat on the edge of the bed. I showed them my ankle, expecting to see marks, but there was nothing there. No red marks, no scratches, nothing to prove what I'd felt. They exchanged that look parents give each other when they think their kid is making something up or had a nightmare, but I hadn't been asleep. I knew what I felt. "I'm not sleeping in here," I said, my voice still shaky but determined. "I can't." To my surprise, Mom didn't argue. "You can sleep in my room tonight," she said, stroking my hair. "We'll figure this out in the morning." I slept in Mom's room that night, but I barely closed my eyes. Every time I started to drift off, I'd jerk awake, convinced I felt that same weight settling in beside me. By morning, I had dark circles under my eyes, and Mom was worried enough to let me stay home from school. The next day, we cleaned out everything from under my bed, and Mom even looked for signs of mice or anything else that could have explained what happened. We never found anything. Dad came over that weekend, my parents were divorced, and checked the entire room, even looking in the attic space above and the crawl space access in the closet. Nothing. Eventually, everyone wrote it off as a vivid nightmare or my imagination running wild after a day of stirring up dust and moving things around. But I knew what I felt. I knew it wasn't a dream. That day changed everything for me. I refused to sleep in my room for nearly 2 weeks. When I finally did go back, I insisted that the space under my bed be completely filled with storage boxes. No empty space, not even an inch. Mom didn't fight me on it. I think she saw how genuinely traumatized I was. 15 years later, and I still keep that space filled. In college, my roommates thought it was just a storage solution, but it's not. It's protection. I've lived in 5 different places since that house in Willowbrook, and in every single one, I've made sure there's absolutely no empty space under my bed. I've never felt that grip on my ankle again, never sensed that presence lying beside me. But sometimes, right as I'm drifting off to sleep, I catch myself lifting my feet off the floor if I'm sitting on the edge of the bed, just in case. I don't know what was under my bed that night. I don't know if it was a ghost or a demon or something else entirely. All I know is that it was real. It wanted me. And to this day, I'm terrified that if I leave that space empty, it might find me again. Story 17. I've been putting off writing this for weeks now because honestly, I still get chills thinking about it. I've always been the rational one in our family. I work in accounting, for crying out loud. But what happened in our home last month has completely turned my world upside down. My husband Mark and I have lived in Pinewood Hills for almost 7 years now. It's your typical suburban neighborhood. Kids riding bikes, community BBQs in the summer, that kind of thing. We bought our 3-story house when I was pregnant with our second child, thinking we'd grow into the space. It's an older home, built in the 1980s, but we've slowly been renovating it room by room. Nothing about it ever felt off or strange until recently. It was a Tuesday evening around 9:30. The kids were in bed, Emma's 10 and Jacob's 8, and Mark and I were on the couch in the living room having a glass of wine and catching up about our day. The living room has this open concept layout where you can see the main staircase from the couch. Mark had his back to the stairs and I was facing them. We were just talking about some issue he was having with a co-worker when I saw it. The memory is burned into my brain like a photograph. I literally jumped off the couch mid-sentence. Mark tells me I made this gasping sound like someone had punched me in the stomach, because there, coming down our stairs, was someone, something, and it absolutely wasn't one of our children. At first, my brain tried to make sense of it. Home invasion was my first thought. Some stranger had broken in and was coming down our stairs. But within a split second, I realized this wasn't a normal person. The figure was tall and impossibly thin. The proportions were all wrong. Its limbs were too long, especially the arms, which hung down almost to its knees. But what really got me were its legs. The knees bent in this bizarre way that reminded me of a spider, like they could bend in multiple directions. I know how crazy that sounds, but that's exactly what I saw. It was wearing clothes, I think. This is where my memory gets fuzzy because I was in such shock. It seemed to be wearing something dark, maybe pants and a shirt, but they hung on its frame in this unnatural way, like clothes on a scarecrow. The way it moved down the stairs is something I'll never forget. You know how little kids sometimes descend stairs? That deliberate, one foot then the other motion, but with this exaggerated jerky quality. It had one hand on our banister like it needed the support, but the fingers were too long, way too long, and its face, God, the face. There wasn't one, just a blank white oval where features should have been. No eyes, no nose, no mouth. Nothing. Just smooth whiteness that somehow still felt like it was looking right at me. The whole sighting lasted maybe 3 seconds before I screamed. Mark jumped up and spun around, but by then there was nothing there. The staircase was empty. What? What is it? He kept asking, and I couldn't even speak at first. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. When I finally managed to tell him what I'd seen, I started questioning myself immediately. Had I fallen asleep for a second? Was I more tired than I realized? But I know what I saw. I was wide awake, stone cold sober. I'd barely touched my wine, and the lighting was decent. We keep a nightlight at the top of the stairs so the kids can see if they need to get up at night, and the downstairs lights were on. It wasn't like I glimpsed something in pitch darkness. Mark didn't see anything, but he believed me right away, which honestly surprised me. He's usually the skeptic between us. Later he told me that the look on my face convinced him. He said I looked like I'd seen death itself. We searched the entire house, every closet, under every bed, the attic, the basement. Nothing was disturbed, no windows or doors were open that shouldn't have been. The kids were sound asleep in their beds. There was absolutely no evidence that anyone or anything had been on our stairs. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat up in bed with all the lights on, jumping at every creak and groan the house made. Mark tried to stay up with me, but eventually dozed off around 3 in the morning. I kept replaying the image in my mind, trying to rationalize it. Could it have been a shadow, a trick of the light? But shadows don't have substance, and this thing did. It was physically there, moving down my stairs, in my home where my children sleep. The next morning I was a zombie from lack of sleep, but I had to act normal for the kids. I didn't want to scare them. We got them off to school, and then Mark and I had a serious talk. He suggested maybe I should see someone, like a therapist, which initially made me angry. I'm not crazy. I know what I saw. But I understand his concern. That day, while the kids were at school, I researched similar experiences online. I went down a rabbit hole of paranormal forums and ghost sightings, which only made me more anxious. Some of the descriptions of shadow people or hat man sounded vaguely similar, but nothing quite matched what I'd seen. This wasn't a shadow or a hat-wearing silhouette. This was a physical entity with that horrible blank face. That night, neither of us wanted to use the stairs after dark. We made excuses to stay downstairs until bedtime, then went up together, checking each room meticulously. Around midnight, Jacob came into our room, saying he heard weird noises coming from the staircase, like someone walking up and down it really slowly. Mark went to check, but found nothing. We let Jacob sleep with us that night. The next day, Mark installed more lights around the staircase and set up a security camera pointed directly at it. I think he was hoping to either catch something on camera to validate what I'd seen or prove there was nothing there so we could move past it. Either way, I was grateful for the camera. It made me feel slightly safer, though I still avoided the stairs after sunset. Emma started complaining about nightmares. She couldn't remember them when she woke up, just that they were scary and involved someone coming up the stairs to get her. This sent me into a panic. Had she seen it too and was too afraid to tell us, or was she just picking up on our anxiety? I started having nightmares too. In mine, I'm frozen on the couch watching that thing descend the stairs, but instead of disappearing, it reaches the bottom and slowly turns its blank face toward me. Then it starts walking toward me, but I can't move or scream. I usually wake up gasping for air, drenched in sweat. Mark checked the security footage every morning. Nothing unusual appeared in the recordings, which should have been reassuring, but somehow made it worse. If the camera couldn't see it, what was I dealing with? A week after my sighting, we were having dinner when Emma casually asked, "Mom, who's the tall man who stands on the stairs at night?" My blood ran cold. Mark and I exchanged looks across the table. "What tall man, sweetie?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "The one with the white face," she said, stabbing a piece of broccoli with her fork. "He doesn't have any eyes, but I think he watches us." I nearly threw up right there at the dinner table. Emma had seen it too. My 10-year-old daughter had seen the same entity I had, and apparently more than once. That night we had a family meeting. We asked Emma to tell us everything about the tall man. She described him almost exactly as I had seen him. The long limbs, the strange way of moving, the blank face. She said she'd seen him 3 times, always on the stairs, always at night. She hadn't told us because she thought it was a dream at first, and then she was afraid we wouldn't believe her. Jacob said he hadn't seen anything, but had heard footsteps on the stairs when everyone was supposed to be in bed. He also mentioned his toys would sometimes be in different places in the morning, though that could easily be his own forgetfulness. Mark looked shaken for the first time. It's one thing when your wife sees something strange. It's entirely another when your child independently describes the same thing. We decided to spend the weekend at Mark's parents' house while we figured out what to do. The night before we were due to leave, I was up late packing when I heard a distinct creak from the staircase. It was that specific sound the 4th step always makes when someone steps on it. I froze, not wanting to look, but knowing I had to. Slowly, I turned toward the stairs, and there it was again, the same entity, but this time it was coming up the stairs. The same impossibly thin frame, the same wrong proportions, the same blank face. It moved with that same unnatural gait, one spindly hand sliding up the banister. It was about halfway up the staircase, heading toward where my children were sleeping. Something primal took over, and I screamed louder than I've ever screamed in my life. Mark came running from our bedroom, and the kids woke up crying, but by the time they all got to me, it was gone again. We left for Mark's parents' house that night, at 1 in the morning. We didn't even finish packing, just threw some essentials in bags and got the hell out. We stayed with his parents for a week. No strange sightings, no creepy feelings. The kids seemed to relax, and Emma had no more nightmares. Mark contacted a few people, a home inspector to check for structural issues or toxic mold that might cause hallucinations, a security expert to see if someone could be breaking in, even a local paranormal investigation team, though he didn't tell them the full story, just that we'd experienced some unusual occurrences. The home inspector found nothing wrong. The security expert confirmed our house was secure and added a few more cameras and motion sensors. The paranormal team wanted to do an overnight investigation, but I couldn't stomach the thought of them encountering that thing. Eventually, we had to go back home. Life doesn't stop. We have jobs, the kids have school, and we can't live with Mark's parents forever. The first night back, I didn't sleep a wink. Neither did Mark. We sat up in the living room all night with all the lights blazing, staring at the staircase. Nothing happened. The second night was the same, and the third. For a week, we maintained this exhausting vigilance, and there was no sign of the entity. We started to relax slightly. Maybe whatever it was had moved on. Maybe the additional lights and cameras had scared it off. I began to second-guess myself again. Could stress have caused me to hallucinate? Could Emma have picked up on my fear and created her own version of what I described? Then last night happened. We'd finally returned to our normal routine. The kids were in bed by 8:30. Mark and I were in the living room watching TV. Around 10:15, I got up to get a glass of water from the kitchen. As I was filling my glass at the sink, I had this overwhelming feeling of being watched. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I got goosebumps all over my arms. Slowly, I turned around. It was standing in the doorway between the kitchen and the hall that leads to the stairs, just standing there, not moving. Its blank face was turned toward me, and even though it had no eyes, I knew it was looking right at me. I dropped the glass. It shattered on the floor, but I barely heard it. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. I was completely paralyzed with fear. It stood there for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only seconds. Then, with that jerky, wrong movement, it raised one long-fingered hand and pointed upstairs, toward our children's bedrooms. Then it turned and walked back toward the stairs. I heard Mark calling from the living room, asking if I was okay, but I still couldn't speak or move. By the time he reached me, the entity was gone. We checked on the kids immediately. They were fine, sleeping peacefully. We checked the footage from all the cameras. Nothing. Whatever this thing is, it doesn't show up on video. We're staying at a hotel now, while we figure out our next move. Mark is talking about selling the house, but it's a terrible time in the market, and we'd take a huge financial hit. Plus, what if this thing is attached to us somehow, not the house? What if we move and it follows? I don't know what to do. I don't know what we saw or what it wants. All I know is that it pointed upstairs at my children, and I'm terrified of what that means. If anyone has experienced anything similar or has any advice, please help. I'm desperate and scared and completely out of my depth. I never believed in the paranormal before, but now I'm not sure what to believe. Story 18. I still remember the day we moved into that house in Glenwood back in 2017. I was 16, and from the moment I stepped through the front door, something felt wrong. Not in an obvious way, more like a subtle unease that settles in your stomach. You know that feeling when you're being watched? It was like that, but constant. The first few weeks, we all just chalked it up to adjusting to a new place. But looking back, the signs were there from the beginning. My dad, who's usually pretty chill, started snapping at everyone over the smallest things. My mom would burst into tears for no reason. My little sister became withdrawn, and me, I couldn't sleep at all. Before moving there, I'd occasionally have trouble falling asleep, but nothing serious. In that house, I'd lie awake until 3 or 4 in the morning, staring at the ceiling, feeling like someone was standing in the corner of my room. I'd check, nothing there, but the feeling wouldn't go away. The closet in my room was the worst. I'd close it before going to bed, and in the morning it would be open, every single time. I started wedging a chair under the doorknob, but somehow it would still be open when I woke up. My parents thought I was being dramatic when I mentioned it. "You probably opened it yourself when you got up to use the bathroom," my mom would say. But I knew I hadn't. The worst part was how the house changed us. We'd always been close, but within months of moving in, we were at each other's throats constantly. Dinner conversations turned into screaming matches. I remember one night my dad threw his plate across the room because my sister asked him to pass the salt. It wasn't normal. There was this kid next door, Jake, who was about my age. He was the only person I talked to about the weird stuff happening. One day I mentioned the closet thing to him, and he didn't laugh it off like everyone else. "My cousin lived in a house where stuff like that happened," he said. "They found out someone had died there." That got me thinking. Jake and I started doing some amateur investigating. Looking back, it was probably stupid, but we were teenagers, and the idea of solving a mystery was too tempting to pass up. The crawl space under the house was our first target. My parents never went down there. My dad hired people whenever something needed fixing. Jake brought flashlights, and we squeezed through the small access door at the back of the house. It was cold down there, much colder than it should have been in the middle of summer. The dirt floor was mostly dry, except for one spot where it looked damp. Jake shined his light on it, and we both froze. There was a rock, about the size of a softball, with what looked like fresh blood on it. "That can't be blood," I said. Not believing my own words, Jake picked up a stick and poked at it. The substance was thick and definitely red. "Dude, I think it is." We got out of there fast. I wanted to tell my parents, but what would I say? That I found blood in the crawl space? They'd think I put it there for attention. So I kept quiet, but I started documenting everything on my iPad, taking pictures of the closet door when I closed it at night, and again in the morning when it was open, recording the temperature drops in my room, noting the times I heard footsteps when everyone was accounted for. Things escalated about 7 months after we moved in. I woke up one night to find all the kitchen cabinets open, every single one. I knew I hadn't been sleepwalking because I'd barely fallen asleep. I took pictures, then closed them all. The next morning, my mom accused my sister of doing it as a prank. Another argument erupted. That same week I was alone in the house when I heard someone call my name from my parents' bedroom. It sounded exactly like my mum, but she was at work. I called her to check and she confirmed she was still at the office. I didn't go near their bedroom for the rest of the day. By the 1-year mark, We were all falling apart. My grades had tanked because I was constantly exhausted. My parents were fighting every day. My sister had developed this nervous tic where she'd constantly look over her shoulder. We needed out of that house, but my parents had sunk all their savings into it and couldn't afford to move. Then my dad got a job offer in another state. It paid less, but we all knew we needed to leave. No one said it was because of the house. We all pretended it was just for the opportunity. But the relief was palpable when we started packing. The day we moved out, my iPad suddenly stopped working. It had been fine that morning when I used it to take one last picture of my empty room. But as we drove away, I tried to look at the photos and found it completely dead. Wouldn't charge, wouldn't turn on, nothing. I was upset because I had documented so much evidence on there, but part of me was also relieved. Like maybe whatever was in that house had latched onto my documentation of it. We moved to Michigan and slowly started to feel like ourselves again. The constant anger faded. I could sleep. We could talk to each other without screaming. About 6 months after we left, my mom mentioned offhandedly that she'd heard from a former neighbor that someone had committed suicide in our old house years before we moved in. She said it so casually, like it wasn't the missing piece to a puzzle that had been haunting me. "Why didn't you tell me this before?" I asked. She looked confused. "I didn't know until now. Would it have mattered?" I didn't push it. By then, we were all trying to forget about Glenwood. Fast forward to about 5 months ago, nearly 5 years after leaving that place. I was cleaning out some old boxes in my apartment when I found the iPad. I hadn't thought about it in years. On a whim, I plugged it in, not expecting anything. To my surprise, after sitting for a while, the Apple logo appeared. It was working again. The screen asked for a passcode. I tried my usual ones, birthday, last 4 of my phone number, but nothing worked. After the 5th attempt, it locked me out temporarily. I set it aside, figuring I'd try again later. That night, as I was falling asleep, 4 numbers kept flashing in my mind. 1938. I had no idea what they meant, but they were so persistent that I got up and wrote them down. The next day, I called my mom. "Does 1938 mean anything to you? Related to the Glenwood house, maybe?" There was a long pause on the line. "That's weird," she finally said. 1938 was the year the house was built, according to the paperwork, but we always joked it should have been 1937 because there was a typo on one of the documents. A chill ran down my spine. I hadn't known that. I'd never seen the paperwork. I tried 1937 on the iPad. It unlocked immediately. The photos were all there, hundreds of them. The closet door open when it should have been closed. The kitchen cabinets all ajar. Dark shadows in corners where there shouldn't have been any. Temperature readings showing impossible drops. And the rock from the crawl space, covered in what I now knew was definitely blood. I scrolled through them, feeling that same sense of dread I'd felt in the house creeping back. There were photos I didn't even remember taking. Ones of me sleeping, taken from the corner of my room. I definitely hadn't taken those. That night, I couldn't sleep. For the first time in years, I felt watched again. Around 3 in the morning, I noticed strange patterns of light on my curtains, like someone was shining a flashlight through my window, except I live on the 4th floor. I got up to check and saw nothing outside, but when I turned around, the iPad, which I'd left on my desk, was open to one of the photos of the blood-covered rock. I know I had closed the photo app before going to bed. Over the next few days, things got worse. I started feeling angry for no reason. I snapped at co-workers, fought with my girlfriend. I wasn't sleeping. And always, that feeling of being watched. It hit me then. Whatever had been in that house hadn't stayed there. It had attached itself to the documentation I'd made, to the iPad itself. It had been dormant all these years, and I'd woken it up by accessing those images again. Last night, I woke up to find my closet door wide open, though I know I'd closed it before bed. On my iPad screen was a new photo, one I definitely hadn't taken, of me sleeping, taken from the corner of my room, just like the ones from 5 years ago. I don't know what to do. I tried resetting the iPad, but it won't let me. I tried breaking it, but I couldn't bring myself to actually do it when the moment came. It's like something is stopping me. The feeling of being watched is constant now. Sometimes I catch glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye. The temperature in my apartment drops randomly. I'm not sleeping again. I think about throwing the iPad away, but I'm afraid that won't be enough. Or worse, that someone else will find it and go through the same thing. Whatever was in that house in Glenwood found a way out. It found a way to follow me, and I think it's getting stronger. Story 19. I've never told anyone about this except my therapist. For 20 years I kept this secret because who would believe me? But I need to put it out there now, even if you all think I'm crazy. This happened when I was 12 years old, back in 2003. My best friend Jake's family had this cottage up in northern Alberta, about a mile away from a tiny town called Pine Creek. The place was incredible, right on Whitefish Lake with dense forests surrounding it. Jake's dad told us it was close to some Blackfoot territories, and there were all these legends about the woods. At 12, I thought that was the coolest thing ever. Jake invited me for a weekend in July. I remember being so excited I barely slept the night before. My parents drove me up there on Friday afternoon. It was about a 3-hour drive from Edmonton. The cottage was this gorgeous log cabin with a main house and a smaller guest cabin closer to the lake. Jake's dad had built the guest cabin himself, and it was pretty basic, just wooden plank walls, 2 bunk beds, and a single light bulb hanging from the ceiling. No electricity, except for that one light. No bathroom, just a place to sleep if you wanted to be closer to the water. We spent most of Friday playing Nintendo 64 in the main house and exploring the woods. Jake's mom made us hot dogs for dinner, and we roasted marshmallows in the fire pit near the lake. Normal kid stuff. As it got dark, Jake suggested we sleep in the guest cabin. His parents were cool with it as long as we took flashlights and promised to come back to the main house if we needed anything. We grabbed our sleeping bags and pillows and headed down to the cabin around 10 at night. It was about 50 yards from the main house, this small wooden structure with a creaky door. Inside, it smelled like pine and slightly musty, like all good cabins do. We played cards for a while under that single light bulb, and I remember how the shadows danced on the walls as the bulb swayed slightly from the breeze coming through the windows. We finally got tired around midnight and climbed into our bunks. I took the bottom one on the left side. Jake fell asleep almost immediately, but I lay awake for a while, listening to the sounds of the forest and the lake. You could hear owls, the water lapping against the shore, and the constant symphony of crickets. Eventually, I drifted off. I woke up suddenly. I don't know what woke me, no sound that I remember. But I was instantly aware that something was different. I was facing the wooden wall, lying on my side. The first thing I noticed was that the room was bright. Not blindingly bright, but definitely illuminated, even though I knew the light bulb was off when we went to sleep. The light had this strange quality to it, sort of golden and warm, not harsh like electric light. But what made me freeze was what I saw on the wall in front of me. There were shadows moving across the wooden planks, not scary shadows, but animals. I could make out tiny rabbits nibbling at what looked like shadow grass. There were miniature elk with detailed antlers that moved as they turned their heads. Bird-like shadows crossed what seemed to be a sky above them. I lay there, half asleep, completely transfixed by this shadow display. It was like watching a nature documentary projected onto the wall, except it was all shadows. The animals moved so naturally, so fluidly. I could see the rabbits' ears twitch, the birds soar and dip. It was beautiful and peaceful. I watched for what felt like 10 minutes. In this weird state between sleeping and waking, I wasn't scared at all. If anything, I felt this profound sense of calm and wonder, like I was being shown something special. Then, something shifted in my brain. I suddenly became fully awake, and realized how completely abnormal this was. There was no source for these shadows. The light bulb was off. There was no projector in the cabin. The windows were on the opposite wall. And anyway, it was the middle of the night. There shouldn't have been any light source outside. I sat up slowly, and the shadows continued their movements, undisturbed by my motion. I looked around the room. The golden light seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. I checked the time on my digital watch. It was 2:47 in the morning. "Jake," I whispered, then again a bit louder. "Jake, wake up!" He didn't stir at first, so I got up and climbed the ladder to his bunk. I shook his shoulder gently. "Jake, you gotta see this." Looking back, I should have been terrified, but in that moment, I felt oddly calm, almost detached, like this was a perfectly normal thing to show my friend. Jake groaned and rolled over. "What?" he mumbled. "Look at the wall," I said, pointing to the shadow display. "Do you see the animals?" Jake sat up and rubbed his eyes. For a second, he just stared at the wall. Then he looked at me, then back at the wall. His expression changed from confusion to disbelief to something I can only describe as primal fear. "What the hell is that?" he whispered. His voice was shaking. "Where's it coming from?" "I don't know," I said, still weirdly calm. "Isn't it cool, though? Look at the rabbits." Jake didn't answer. He scrambled down from the top bunk so fast he nearly fell. "This isn't right," he said, backing toward the door. "This isn't normal, Ethan." The fear in his voice should have triggered my own fear response, but it didn't. Instead, I felt an inexplicable reluctance to leave. It was as if the shadows were meant for me to see, like they were showing me something important. "I'm going back to the house," Jake said, his voice cracking. He grabbed the flashlight from the small table by the door. "Come on." "I'll be there in a minute," I heard myself say. "I just want to watch a little longer." Jake looked at me like I'd grown a second head. "Are you crazy? This is like demon stuff or something." He flung open the door and ran out into the night. I heard his footsteps pounding up the path to the main house, but I stayed. I sat on my bunk and watched the shadow animals continue their peaceful activities. Now that I was fully awake, I noticed more details. The texture of their fur, the way the grass bent when they moved through it. There was a small stream in the shadow landscape where deer would stop to drink. Occasionally, a larger shadow that might have been a wolf would pass through, and the smaller animals would freeze or scatter, just like in real nature. The longer I watched, the more I felt a connection to what I was seeing. It wasn't scary at all. It felt ancient and meaningful, like I was being shown a secret piece of the world that few people ever get to witness. After about 20 minutes, the shadows began to fade. The golden light dimmed gradually until the cabin was dark again. I sat there in the darkness for a few minutes, trying to process what I'd seen. Only then did it occur to me that I should probably check on Jake. I grabbed my flashlight and headed up to the main house. When I walked in, I found Jake sitting at the kitchen table with his parents. His face was tear-streaked, and his mom had her arm around him. His dad looked up at me with a stern expression. "Ethan," he said in a grave voice, "Jake tells us you boys were playing some kind of game with shadows in the cabin." I opened my mouth to explain, but Jake shot me a warning look. "It's not appropriate to make up stories about spirits or demons," Jake's mom said. "Those kinds of make-believe games can be the devil's work." I realized then that Jake had tried to tell them what we saw, but they didn't believe him. They thought we were playing some kind of pretend game that had scared him. "I'm sorry," I said, not knowing what else to say. I looked at Jake, who shook his head slightly. We slept in the main house for the rest of the night, Jake in his bedroom and me on the couch. The next morning, Jake wouldn't talk about what happened. His parents were cold toward me, and by noon they'd called my parents to come pick me up early. They told my parents I'd been telling scary stories that gave Jake nightmares. On the drive home, I tried to tell my parents what really happened, but they just exchanged those looks that parents give each other when they think their kid is making something up. Eventually, I stopped trying to explain. Jake and I drifted apart after that. He avoided me when school started again in September, and within a few months, we barely spoke. I heard his family sold the cottage the following summer. I've spent 20 years trying to make sense of what I saw that night. I've researched shadow puppetry, hallucinations, natural phenomena. Nothing explains it. I've looked into Blackfoot legends about nature spirits, wondering if there's a connection. Some of their stories mention spiritual manifestations of animals that appear to people near sacred sites. The strangest part, though, was my reaction. Why wasn't I scared? Why did I feel compelled to stay and watch? Sometimes I wonder if the spirits, or whatever they were, chose to reveal themselves to me specifically because they knew I wouldn't be frightened. I'm 32 now, and I've never experienced anything like it again. But I still dream about those shadow animals sometimes. The rabbits with their twitching ears, the majestic elk, the birds soaring across a wall that had somehow become a window into another world. And in my dreams, I feel that same peaceful connection, like they're still trying to show me something important that I haven't quite grasped yet. To this day, I can't explain what happened in that cabin, but I know what I saw was real, and sometimes I find myself looking at shadows on walls, hoping to catch a glimpse of those animals again. Story 20. I haven't told many people about what happened to me in Oak Ridge Valley. It's been over 20 years, but I still get this cold feeling in my stomach when I think about it. I guess I'm finally ready to write it all down. This all started when I was 19. My girlfriend Sarah and I had been dating for about 8 months when my parents basically gave me an ultimatum: break up with her or get out of the house. They thought she was trouble and not good enough for me. What a joke. I was crazy about her, so I chose her. Just like that, I was homeless. I had this beat-up Honda Civic that became my bedroom. It wasn't ideal, but I made it work. Sarah lived with her mom and stepdad in this rural area called Oak Ridge Valley, about 40 minutes outside of town. They had this big property surrounded by woods and fields. Her stepdad was a total control freak who hated me from day one, so staying with them wasn't an option. I started parking my car at this little pull-off area about a half-mile from their house. It was basically just a widened shoulder on this barely used country road. To get to Sarah's house, I'd have to walk through this field and then through a stretch of woods. During the day it was nothing, but at night it was pretty creepy. Sarah's family had these 3 big dogs that she'd send out to meet me halfway through the woods most nights. I'd hang out at her place until her parents went to sleep, then sneak out and head back to my car. This one night in July changed everything. It was hot, and Sarah and I had gotten into an argument over something stupid. I left earlier than usual, around 11, and she was too angry to send the dogs with me. I remember being annoyed as I started walking through the fields. The moon was bright enough that I could see where I was going without a flashlight. I was about halfway across the big field when I first heard it. Drums. Not like rock band drums. These were deeper, rhythmic, like tribal drums. They were coming from the north, from this area where there was supposedly this weird cult living on a dead-end road. Everyone in the area knew about them. They kept to themselves, but were rumored to do all kinds of strange rituals. The sound was faint, but distinct. Boom, 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 boom. A pattern that kept repeating. I figured they were just having some kind of ceremony or whatever and kept walking. By the time I got to my car, I couldn't hear the drums anymore. I climbed in, reclined the seat, and eventually fell asleep. I woke up around 3 in the morning to a growling sound. At first, I thought it was just a stray dog, but then I felt something hit the bottom of my car. Not like someone was kicking it, but like something was striking it from underneath. My heart started racing. I sat up and looked out the windows, but couldn't see anything. The growling stopped. I was sweating despite the cool night air. I tried to convince myself it was just an animal, maybe a raccoon or something, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. I barely slept the rest of that night. When the sun came up, I checked under my car and found nothing. No scratches, no animal prints in the dirt, nothing. The next couple of weeks, I kept hearing those drums, not every night, but often enough that it started to really get to me. They always came from the same direction, always with the same rhythm. I asked Sarah about it, and she just shrugged it off, saying, "Oh, it's just those weird cult people doing their thing." One night in early August, I was walking back to my car around midnight. It was darker than usual, cloudy, no moon. I had my flashlight, but I was trying to use it sparingly so Sarah's stepdad wouldn't spot me from their house. I'd just crossed through the woods and was starting across the field when I heard the drums again. They seemed louder this time, more insistent. I quickened my pace, wanting to get back to my car. I was about 3/4 of the way across the field when I felt like something was watching me. I turned around and saw a figure standing at the edge of the woods I'd just come through. It was just a shadow, human-shaped but completely black, even against the dark tree line. My first thought was that Sarah's stepdad had followed me, so I shouted, "Hello?" No response. The figure didn't move. I turned on my flashlight and pointed it in that direction, but there was nothing there. Just the trees and tall grass. My hands were shaking so badly, I dropped my flashlight. When I picked it up and looked again, I still saw nothing. I practically ran the rest of the way to my car. Once inside, I locked the doors and started the engine, turning on my headlights to illuminate the field. Empty. There was nobody there, but the drums were still going, still coming from the north. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever I'd seen was still watching me. I didn't sleep at Sarah's that night. I drove to a Walmart parking lot instead and tried to convince myself I was just tired, that my eyes were playing tricks on me. But I knew what I'd seen. Things between Sarah and me deteriorated pretty quickly after that. I was on edge all the time, jumping at every sound. I stopped staying as late at her place, and I'd insist that she walk me all the way to my car with the dogs. She thought I was being ridiculous. We broke up by the end of August, and I moved in with a buddy from work. About a year later, I ran into this guy named Mike at a party. He mentioned he was from Oak Ridge Valley, and I asked if he knew about the cult on the dead-end road. He laughed and said, "Man, those people moved out like 10 years ago. That road's just got a couple of normal houses now. My youth pastor lives out there." I felt sick. If the cult had been gone for 10 years, then what the hell had I been hearing? I asked for his pastor's contact info and called her the next day. I was surprised when she agreed to talk to me. Her name was Ellen, and she lived in the last house on that dead-end road with her husband and 2 young daughters. When I asked if she'd ever heard drums at night, she got really quiet. "How do you know about that?" she finally asked. She told me they'd been hearing the drums intermittently since they moved in 3 years ago. Her daughters had seen what they called shadow people around their property, especially near this natural spring at the edge of their land. Ellen had researched the area's history and discovered that several Native American tribes had considered the spring sacred and would gather there for ceremonies. I felt this weird mix of validation and terror. I wasn't crazy. Something was out there. About 6 months after talking to Ellen, I started dating another girl, Melissa, who also lived in Oak Ridge Valley, but on the opposite side from Sarah. It was a strange coincidence, but Oak Ridge was small, and there weren't many young people around. One night, Melissa told me something that made my blood run cold. Her mother was an alcoholic who would sometimes disappear into the woods with bottles of whiskey. She'd come back hours later, drunk, claiming she'd been dancing with the Indians. Everyone thought she was just making up stories to explain her drinking binges, but Melissa wasn't so sure. She'd followed her mother once and heard drums in the distance, but was too scared to go further into the woods alone. Melissa and I didn't last long either. We broke up after a few months, but we remained friendly. One night, about 2 weeks after our breakup, she called me around midnight, hysterical. She was alone at her house and said something was trying to get in. She could hear scratching at her windows and what sounded like whispering in a language she didn't understand. I drove over immediately. When I got there, she was huddled in her living room, all the lights on, clutching a kitchen knife. I checked around the house and found nothing. No scratches on the windows, no footprints outside. I was about to tell her it was probably just the wind when I saw it. A shadow, darker than the darkness, forming near the ceiling of her living room. It wasn't shaped like anything specific, just a mass of blackness that seemed to absorb the light around it. Melissa saw it too and started screaming. I'm not a particularly religious person, but in that moment, I prayed harder than I ever had in my life. I didn't say it out loud, I just kept repeating in my head, "Please God, make it leave. Please God, make it leave." And it did. It just dissolved, like smoke being blown away. Melissa was still crying, but the oppressive feeling in the room had lifted. I stayed with her until morning, and then helped her pack some things so she could go stay with her sister in the city. As far as I know, she never went back to that house. I moved away from that area shortly after and have never returned. But sometimes when I'm half asleep, I swear I can still hear those drums in the distance. Boom, 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 boom. And I know, whatever was in those woods, it's still there, waiting, watching, dancing to rhythms we weren't meant to understand. I've tried researching Native American tribes from that region, looking for any explanation for what we experienced. But nothing I've found has given me answers. Those woods held something ancient, something that didn't appreciate our presence, and sometimes I wonder if it's still there, if new people have moved into those houses and are hearing those drums at night, seeing those shadows at the edge of their vision. 20 years later, and I still wake up sometimes with my heart pounding, convinced that something is underneath my bed, ready to reach out and grab me. I still avoid walking through open fields at night, and I still hear those drums in my dreams. Story 21. I've never shared this with anyone outside my family before, but I need to get this off my chest. What happened to me 5 years ago in Batum completely changed my life, and I'm still trying to make sense of it all. Back then, I was in the darkest place I'd ever been. My husband of 8 years had been cheating on me with his co-worker for months. I found out in the worst way possible, walking in on them at our home when he thought I was visiting my parents. I moved out that same day and crashed at my sister May's place in Singapore. I couldn't eat, couldn't sleep, just cried constantly. I lost nearly 15 pounds in 3 weeks. The betrayal consumed me. I've always been what my family calls sensitive. Since I was little, I could see things others couldn't, shadows moving in empty rooms, figures standing by my bed at night, hearing whispers when nobody was there. My parents had taken me to doctors, therapists, even a child psychiatrist, but nobody could explain it. Eventually, they just accepted it as part of who I was, though they never wanted to talk about it. May suggested we take a weekend trip to Batam, Indonesia. There was this ancient temple there she'd heard about from her landlord, who said it had powerful spiritual energy during the 7th lunar month, what many Chinese people call Ghost Month. I was skeptical, but desperate for anything that might lift this crushing weight from my chest. The temple wasn't what I expected, not some tourist attraction, but tucked away in a rural area about 40 minutes from the ferry terminal. The air felt different there, heavier somehow, charged with something I couldn't name. It was late afternoon when we arrived, and worshippers were burning joss paper in large metal barrels. The smoke created this eerie haze that hung in the air. Inside, the temple was dimly lit with hundreds of red candles. The walls were lined with statues of deities I didn't recognize. The smell was overwhelming, incense, smoke, and something else, something earthy and ancient. A crowd had gathered around a man in red robes who was performing some kind of ritual. May explained he was a tanki, a spirit medium who allows deities to possess his body to communicate with the living. I'd seen similar things at temples in Singapore, but never paid much attention. This time was different. The tanki was in a trance, his movements jerky and unnatural. His eyes had rolled back, showing only whites. He spoke in a dialect I couldn't understand, his voice deeper than seemed humanly possible. Something about him drew me closer. As I watched, the crowd parted unexpectedly, creating a direct path between me and the Tanki. He stopped mid-sentence and turned directly toward me. The entire temple went silent. I felt every eye on me as he pointed and beckoned me forward. May gripped my arm. "Go," she whispered. "This is rare. It means the deity has something to tell you." My legs moved on their own. I stood before him shaking. He reached out and placed his hands on my shoulders. The weight was incredible, like being touched by stone rather than flesh. He spoke directly to me, and though I still couldn't understand the dialect, I somehow knew exactly what he was saying. "You walk between worlds without knowing. Your pain has opened a door that should remain closed. You must learn to control this gift, or it will consume you." Then he did something unusual. He performed a blessing ritual on me twice, once with his right hand, once with his left. May gasped behind me. Later, she told me this double blessing was extremely rare, reserved for those with special connections to the spirit world. That night at our hotel, I had the most vivid dream of my life. Unlike normal dreams with their fuzzy edges and shifting scenes, this was crystal clear, but entirely in black and white. I was walking on a wooden bridge over dark water. All around me were figures in white robes, moving in the same direction. None had distinctive faces, just blank ovals where features should be. Below, the water was filled with naked bodies, floating just beneath the surface. Not dead, they were moving, reaching upward, their mouths open in silent screams. I wanted to help them but couldn't leave the bridge. "Where are we going?" I asked one of the white-robed figures beside me. "To release mercy," it replied in a voice like rustling paper. "To perform feng sheng." At the end of the bridge stood a monk in saffron robes, the only color in this monochrome world. He watched us approach with sad eyes. When I reached him, he shook his head. "You shouldn't be here. It's not your time." Before I could respond, he stepped backward and fell into the water. The bodies below reached for him, but instead of dragging him down, they began transforming into lotus flowers, made of burning joss paper. The flowers lifted him up, bringing him back to the bridge beside me. "Go back now," he said, placing something in my hand, "before the gate closes." I woke up gasping, sitting bolt upright in bed. My heart was racing so fast, I thought I might be having a heart attack. The hotel room was dark, except for a strange glow coming from my clenched fist. When I opened my hand, there was nothing there, but my palm was red and hot, as if I'd been holding something burning. May woke up when I turned on the light. I told her about my dream, still shaking. Her face went pale. "We need to go back to Singapore now," she said, already packing our things. It was 3 in the morning. On the ferry back, May called her landlord, an elderly man who knew a lot about Chinese spiritual traditions. He met us at her apartment, listening intently as I described my dream. When I finished, he looked shaken. "You crossed the Nahi Bridge," he said quietly. "It's the passage souls take after death, before reincarnation. The water beneath is filled with souls who can't move on. And the monk—" He paused, looking at me with a mixture of fear and respect. "The monk saved you. If you had continued across without him sending you back, your soul might have been trapped there." "But it was just a dream," I insisted, though I didn't believe it myself. He shook his head. "The double blessing you received at the temple opened a doorway. Your spirit actually traveled there while your body remained here. It's extremely rare, but it happens to those with your sensitivity." The days after were strange. I started noticing things. More spirits, but different than before. These weren't just shadows or vague presences. They were distinct, with clear intentions. The first came 3 days after our return from Batam. I was walking home from the MRT station when I saw a man sitting on a bench. At first glance, he seemed normal, but as I got closer, I realized he had no body below his neck. just a floating head. No one else seemed to notice. When our eyes met, he spoke to me without moving his lips. "Please help me. My body is in Singapore, but my soul is trapped in Malaysia. I died in an accident at the causeway. Help me return." I ran home terrified, but the experience kept repeating. Different spirits, different requests. A young couple drenched in water told me they died in a car accident during a rainstorm and needed someone to tell their parents they were together in death as in life. A little girl who died of cancer wanted me to pass a message to her mother that she was no longer in pain. At first, I thought I was losing my mind from grief and stress. I even checked myself into a mental health clinic for a week. The doctors found nothing wrong, but prescribed anti-anxiety medication that did nothing to stop the visions. Eventually, I talked to May's landlord again. He introduced me to an old woman who had similar experiences. She taught me how to set boundaries with spirits, how to help them without being overwhelmed. She explained that my experience on the Nahi Bridge had marked me, made me visible to souls seeking transition. "You have a gift," she told me, "a responsibility. These souls seek you because you can see the bridge between worlds." Gradually, I learned to control it. I studied Chinese astrology, feng shui, and spiritual practices that helped me understand what was happening. I discovered I could sense things about people, their past traumas, their spiritual blockages. Sometimes I could even see brief glimpses of their futures, though these were always hazy and changeable. The most profound change was in myself. The crushing depression that had followed my husband's betrayal lifted. Not because I forgot or forgave, but because I gained perspective. My connection to the spirit world showed me how brief our time here really is, how small our personal tragedies in the grand scheme. I started helping people, first friends, then friends of friends. Word spread. I never charged money. It felt wrong to profit from this ability. Instead, I asked people to donate to charity or perform acts of kindness. The strangest part? I never saw the monk from my dream again, but sometimes, when I'm helping a particularly troubled spirit cross over, I smell burning joss paper and feel a warmth in my palm, like something hot is being pressed into my hand. Last week, something happened that shook me to my core. I was meditating in my room when suddenly the air felt charged, like before a thunderstorm. My vision blurred, and for a split second, I saw the wooden bridge again. But this time, I wasn't on it. I was watching from above as thousands of white-robed figures crossed. Among them was the monk, looking directly up at me. He nodded once, as if acknowledging me, before the vision vanished. I don't know what it means. I don't know why I was chosen for this or where it will lead me. But I know with absolute certainty that what happened in that temple in Batam wasn't just spiritual awakening or psychological breakdown, it was real. Something fundamental changed in me that day, opening a door I can never close again. Sometimes I wonder if I actually died momentarily in that temple, and part of me never fully returned from the Nahi Bridge. Other times I think perhaps I was always meant for this, that my sensitivity as a child was preparation for what I would become. All I know is that the spirits keep coming, and I keep helping them find their way. And sometimes, in quiet moments, I still feel the weight of those stone-like hands on my shoulders and hear that inhuman voice telling me I walk between worlds. Story 22. I've been sitting on this experience for almost 2 years now, and I still don't have any reasonable explanation for what happened. I've gone over it hundreds of times in my head, mapped out the timing, the distances, everything. Nothing makes sense. I'm hoping maybe someone here has experienced something similar or has some insight, because this has been driving me crazy. I was in my 2nd year at Cambridge when this happened. Just to be clear, I'm not some conspiracy theorist or someone who jumps to supernatural conclusions. I've always been pretty grounded and logical. That's why this experience shook me so much. It was a Tuesday in late October, around 2 in the afternoon. The weather was typical English autumn, grey, drizzly, and cold enough that everyone was bundled up. I remember these details clearly because I was annoyed about forgetting my umbrella that morning. Between my morning lectures, my friend Marcus asked to borrow my student ID card to buy lunch from the canteen since he'd forgotten his wallet. This was normal. We'd done this for each other before. The dining hall staff just needed to see the card to charge meals to our accounts. I handed it to him without thinking twice about it. "I'll find you after my politics seminar and give it back," he said. Our break was ending, so everyone headed back to their classes. I had a free period, so instead of going back to my dorm, I went to the West Building study area to get some reading done for my economics paper. The West Building is about a 7-minute walk from the main classroom building, across a courtyard and past the library. It's important to know this distance for what happened next. The study area was mostly empty. Just me and maybe 3 other students scattered around this big room with these old wooden tables. I remember sitting near a window, watching the rain hit the glass, while trying to focus on this incredibly dry text about fiscal policy. I'd been there maybe 20 minutes when I felt someone approaching my table. I looked up, and there was Marcus. Except, something felt off immediately. He was looking down at the floor, his hoodie pulled up despite being indoors. He wasn't smiling. Marcus always smiles, always. He had this nervous energy about him, glancing repeatedly toward the door like he needed to be somewhere else. Without saying a word, he slid my ID card across the table to me. I remember being confused because he was supposed to be in his politics seminar, which didn't end for another half hour. "Hey, did your class end early?" I asked. He just shook his head, still not making eye contact. "You want to sit?" "I could use a break from this reading," I said, gesturing to the empty chair across from me. He finally looked at me then, and I got this, I don't know how to describe it, this cold feeling in my stomach. His eyes seemed wrong somehow, not a different color or anything obvious, just wrong, like they weren't focusing properly, or like he was looking through me rather than at me. "Can't," he mumbled, already backing away. "Gotta go." And then he just left. Quickly, almost running. I remember thinking it was weird, but figured maybe he was late for something or wasn't feeling well. I put my ID card in my wallet and went back to my reading. Not even 5 minutes later. And this is where things get truly inexplicable. I heard someone call my name. I looked up, and there was Marcus again. But this time he was normal, smiling, relaxed, his hoodie down, walking casually toward me with that same slight swagger he always has. "There you are," he said, dropping into the chair across from me. "I've been looking everywhere for you." I stared at him, completely confused. "What do you mean? You were just here." He laughed. "No, I wasn't. I just got out of politics. Professor Harrington let us out a few minutes early." "But you just gave me my ID card," I said, feeling increasingly uneasy. Marcus looked confused. "No, I didn't. I left your card with Dr. Fleming in your econ classroom. I figured you'd get it from her next time you had class." My skin went cold. "That's impossible. You were literally just here. You gave me my card 5 minutes ago." To prove it, I pulled out my wallet and showed him the ID card. Marcus's face changed. I could see he was genuinely confused and a little concerned. "Amir, I swear I left your card with Dr. Fleming. I didn't come here before now." "Then how do I have this?" I held up the card. We sat there looking at each other, trying to make sense of what was happening. Marcus pulled out his phone and showed me the time he'd left his politics seminar, 3:25. It was now 3:32. "Look," I said, trying to think logically. "Even if you did somehow get out of class, go to Dr. Fleming, get my card, and come here, there's physically not enough time. It's at least a 7-minute walk from the main building to here." "And I was talking to Ellie for a minute after class," Marcus added. "She'll confirm it." My mind was racing now. Could someone else have brought it? Maybe Dr. Fleming gave it to another student? Marcus shook his head. I specifically told her I was leaving it for you. She put it in her desk drawer. She wouldn't just give it to someone else. To verify this, Marcus called one of his classmates who confirmed that yes, Marcus had been in class until 3:25 and had briefly chatted with Ellie afterward. I even called Dr. Fleming, who sounded confused and told me that yes, Marcus had left my ID card with her and it was still in her desk drawer right now, but I was holding my ID card, the actual physical card, not a copy. We decided to go talk to Dr. Fleming in person. When we got to her office, she opened her drawer, and there was my ID card, identical in every way to the one in my wallet. Except that's impossible. The university only issues one card per student. We compared the two cards side by side. The photo was identical. The ID number was identical. The wear patterns, the small scratch in the corner I'd made when I dropped it last term. Everything was the same. It was like looking at the same card twice, which shouldn't be possible. Dr. Fleming was as confused as we were. I don't understand, she said. Marcus definitely gave me this card after lunch. I put it straight in my drawer. We went to security. The head of campus security examined both cards and confirmed they were authentic university IDs, not copies or fakes. He ran both through their system, and they registered as the same card. Same RFID chip, same everything. This is unprecedented, he said. I've never seen anything like this. We pulled up the security footage from the study area, hoping to see who had brought me the card. But there was another impossibility. The camera showed no one approaching my table during that time period. Just me, sitting alone, suddenly reaching out as if taking something from someone, then putting something in my wallet. But there was no one there on the footage. The security team checked the corridors, the entrance to the building. No sign of anyone resembling Marcus entering or leaving around that time. By now, I was thoroughly freaked out. Marcus was too. We left security with no answers, just more questions. What did this person look like exactly? Marcus asked as we walked back to the dorms. I described everything. The hoodie, the downcast eyes, the nervous energy, the way he barely spoke. Marcus listened, growing paler. That doesn't sound like me at all, he said. I mean, I wasn't even wearing a hoodie today. I had on my blue jacket. He was right. He was wearing his usual blue jacket, not a hoodie. How had I missed that? And you said his eyes seemed wrong? I nodded, unable to articulate exactly what had been off about them, just that they had seemed empty somehow. We spent hours theorizing. Twins? Impossible. We checked Marcus's background just to be sure. A prank? But how would someone get an exact duplicate of my ID, a glitch in reality? That seemed the least likely explanation, but also the only one that fit all the facts. I couldn't sleep that night, or the next. I kept seeing those empty eyes, that downcast face that was Marcus, but wasn't Marcus. We agreed to destroy one of the ID cards, the one not Marcus had given me. It felt wrong somehow, dangerous even, to have two identical cards existing simultaneously. But when we went to find it the next day, the card was gone from my wallet. Vanished, just like the figure on the security camera. I've spent months trying to rationalize what happened. The university IT department eventually suggested some kind of system error that created a duplicate record, but that doesn't explain the physical card, or the person who delivered it, or how they vanished from camera footage. Some of my friends think it was just a weird coincidence. Maybe someone found my card and returned it, and I mistook them for Marcus. But that doesn't explain how the card was simultaneously in Dr. Fleming's drawer, or why the person looked exactly like Marcus, but behaved so differently. I've researched doppelgangers, time slips, glitches in reality. Nothing fully explains what happened. Marcus and I don't talk about it much anymore, but I know it bothers him as much as it bothers me. Sometimes I catch him looking at me differently, like he's wondering if I imagined the whole thing, or if I'm hiding something from him. But I know what I saw. I know what happened, and I know there's no logical explanation for it. What scares me most isn't just that something impossible happened. It's the why. Why would something or someone impersonate my friend? Why deliver my ID card in such a strange way? What was the purpose? And the most disturbing question, if it could perfectly mimic Marcus's appearance but not his behavior, what exactly was it? And is it still out there, wearing someone else's face, moving through our world undetected, except for those subtle wrongnesses that most people would dismiss? I still have a single ID card now. It works fine. But sometimes, when I use it at the dining hall or to access the library, I wonder, is this the original or the one that shouldn't exist? And does it matter? I don't have answers. I just know that something impossible happened that day, and it's shaken my understanding of reality. So if anyone has experienced anything similar or has any insight, please let me know. Because 2 years later, I still look twice whenever someone approaches my table at the library. And I still can't shake the feeling that whatever that thing was, it wasn't finished with whatever it came to do. Story 23. I still get cold sweats thinking about that night in Cairns back in 2005. I was 14 then, just a stupid kid with my two best mates, Jake and Matt, looking for thrills in all the wrong places. The Barrett house had been sitting empty on Mulgrave Road for years, 7 years to be exact, and it had become something of an urban legend in our town. Everyone knew the story. The Barrett family, Mum, Dad, and their 2 kids, just vanished one day in '98, like completely disappeared. No note, no packed bags, nothing taken. Their neighbor noticed after a few days that something was off. Mail piling up, grass getting long, that sort of thing. When police finally went in, they found dinner plates still on the table and half-full coffee mugs in the kitchen. The weirdest part, the part that made this more than just another missing persons case, was what they found carved into the floorboards of the kids' bedroom. We heard the whistle. It's coming. I remember my mum talking about it in hushed tones with her friends. They all had theories: murder-suicide, witness protection, cult involvement. But nobody really knew what happened. The cops investigated for months, but eventually the case went cold. The house just sat there, empty, like it was waiting for something or someone. We'd ride our bikes past the Barrett house almost daily that summer. The place was completely overgrown by then. The garden wild and tangled, windows grimy with years of built-up dust. There was this heaviness around it, like the air itself was thicker there. Jake was always the braver one, talking big about breaking in, seeing if we could find any clues the police missed. Matt and I would laugh it off, but I think we all felt drawn to it in some way we couldn't explain. It was a Friday night in July when we finally did it. My parents thought I was staying at Jake's, and his parents thought he was at Matt's. Perfect alibi. We waited until well past midnight before approaching the house, armed with nothing but our Nokia phones for light and a screwdriver Jake had nicked from his dad's toolbox. The front door was locked, obviously, and so were all the windows we tried. We were about to give up when Matt spotted a broken window at the back of the house, just big enough for us to squeeze through if we were careful. I remember the glass crunching under my shoes as I landed in what must have been their laundry room. The smell hit me immediately, that musty, abandoned smell of a place that's been closed up for years, but with something else underneath, something I couldn't quite place. "Oi, hurry up," Jake whispered from behind me, his voice tight with nervous energy. The 3 of us moved through the house slowly, our phone lights casting eerie blue glows over empty rooms. Most of the furniture had been cleared out years ago, but there were still odd bits left behind. A forgotten bookshelf in one corner, a broken chair, faded rectangles on the walls where pictures once hung. The floors creaked with every step, but sometimes they creaked when none of us were moving. I'd freeze, shine my light down the hallway and see nothing. But I could have sworn I heard footsteps just ahead of us, always just out of sight. "Did you hear that?" I asked at one point, my voice barely above a whisper. "It's just the house settling," Matt said. but I could tell by his face he didn't believe it either. We made our way to the kids' bedroom, the one where they'd found the message carved into the floor. The room was completely empty now, but when I shone my light on the floorboards, I could still make out the faint grooves where someone had desperately carved those words. We heard the whistle. It's coming. Jake ran his fingers over the carving. Wonder what they meant. Probably nothing, Matt said. Just some mental case having a breakdown. But it didn't feel like nothing. Standing there in that room, I felt this overwhelming sense of dread. Like something terrible had happened here, or was about to happen. The air felt charged, like right before a storm breaks. We were all getting properly freaked out by then, and I was about to suggest we leave when Matt called out from the back door. I hadn't even noticed he'd wandered off. Guys, you need to see this. Right now. There was something in his voice that made my skin crawl. Jake and I rushed to where Matt was standing at the back door, staring out into the yard. What the actual fuck, Jake whispered, cutting straight through the overgrown backyard. Running in a perfect line from the back fence toward the house was a set of train tracks. Proper metal rails set on wooden sleepers, gleaming faintly in the moonlight. This wasn't here before, I stammered. We've looked over the fence dozens of times. There were never any tracks here. And we had. We'd spent entire afternoons that summer riding by, stopping to peer through gaps in the fence, daring each other to go in. I would have noticed train tracks. Anyone would have noticed train tracks. Maybe they were covered by grass before, Matt suggested, but his voice was shaking. We all knew that wasn't it. The tracks ran straight as an arrow from the back fence toward the house, stopping abruptly about 5 meters from the back door. They looked old, like the kind you'd see in historical photos of the sugarcane trains that used to run all through Queensland decades ago. I'm going to check it out, Matt said, stepping down from the back stoop into the yard. Are you mental? Jake hissed. Let's just go. But Matt was already moving toward the tracks, using his phone as a flashlight. Jake and I followed reluctantly, staying close together. The night had gone dead silent. No crickets, no distant traffic noise, nothing. Just our breathing and the soft crunch of our shoes on the overgrown grass. Matt reached the tracks and stepped onto one of the rails, balancing like he was on a tightrope. They're real, he said, sounding almost disappointed. Like he'd been hoping they were some kind of illusion. I knelt down and touched one of the rails. It was cold and solid under my fingers, undeniably real. Where do they go? I asked, looking toward the back fence. Beyond was just more houses, normal suburban blocks. There was no way a train line could exist here without everyone knowing about it. Matt was walking along the track now toward the fence, shining his phone light ahead of him. They seem to go through the fence, he called back, but that's impossible. And that's when we heard it, a sound that still haunts my dreams 17 years later. A whistle, a train whistle, but not the sound of any modern train. This was the mournful, hollow cry of an old steam engine, and it was getting closer. It started as just a distant echo, something you might convince yourself you'd imagined. But then it came again, louder, and with it a faint rumbling in the ground beneath our feet. "Matt!" I screamed. "Get off the tracks!" Matt was standing frozen, staring into the darkness beyond the fence. The whistle came again, unmistakable now, and I swear I could see a faint light growing in the distance, beyond the fence where no light should be. The rumbling was getting stronger. I could feel it through my shoes, vibrating up through my bones. "Run!" Jake yelled, and that finally broke the spell. We all turned and sprinted for the back fence, not toward the house, but away from the tracks, away from whatever was coming. I don't think any of us made a conscious decision. We just ran on pure instinct, scrambling over the fence and tumbling onto the footpath on the other side. We didn't stop running until we reached the main road, all of us gasping for breath, hearts pounding. When we finally looked back, the Barrett house was dark and silent against the night sky. "Did you see it?" Matt asked between breaths. "Did you see the light?" I nodded. I had seen something, a distant glow, growing brighter as that whistle sounded. But it couldn't have been a train. It made no sense. The tracks, Jake said suddenly. You can still see them from here. He was right. Even from the road, in the faint moonlight, we could make out the gleaming metal of the rails cutting through the Barrett's backyard. Whatever we'd experienced, the tracks were real. We didn't go back that night. We were too scared, too confused. We went to Jake's house and stayed up until dawn, trying to make sense of what we'd seen. By morning, we'd half convinced ourselves it was some elaborate prank, or maybe we'd stumbled onto some heritage site we hadn't known about. The next day, we rode our bikes back to the Barrett house in broad daylight. I remember how normal everything looked. The same abandoned house, the same overgrown yard. But when we peered through the back fence, the tracks were gone. Not covered by grass or hidden somehow, completely gone, with no sign they'd ever been there. For weeks afterward, I had nightmares about that whistle, about something massive and unstoppable bearing down on me in the dark. I'd wake up drenched in sweat, my heart racing. None of us talked about it much after that. It was like we all silently agreed to pretend it never happened. Years later, when I was in university, I got curious and started researching the history of that property. What I found gave me chills. Before the Barrett house was built in the 80s, that land had been part of a sugarcane farm owned by a bloke named William Kiernan. He'd lived there alone for decades, never selling his crops, never leaving town. According to old newspaper archives, Kiernan disappeared in '87, about a year before the land was sold and developed. In one article, they interviewed his neighbor, who said Kiernan was a strange, reclusive man who would sometimes mutter to himself when checking his property boundaries. The neighbor quoted him as saying, "It ain't mine to leave, the train still runs, you just have to listen." I've moved away from Cairns now, got a job in Brisbane, started a family. I don't think about the Barrett house much anymore, at least I try not to. But sometimes, when I'm lying awake at night and the world is quiet, I swear I can hear that whistle again, far off in the distance, a hollow, mournful sound from something that shouldn't exist, moving along tracks that lead nowhere. I don't know what we saw that night. I don't know what happened to the Barrett family or to William Kiernan before them, but I know what I heard, and sometimes I think it's still out there, still coming. You just have to listen. And story 24. I still get chills thinking about what happened 3 years ago. I'm 16 now, almost 17, but I was only 13 when it all went down at my cousin's place in Willowbrook. I've never told many people about this because honestly, who would believe me? But I need to get this off my chest. It was summer of 2020, right when COVID was in full swing. My parents thought it would be safer for me to stay with my aunt and uncle in Willowbrook for a few weeks, since they lived in this super remote farming community where barely anyone had gotten sick. Plus, my cousin Lily and I were close in age. She was 14, and they thought it would be good for us to hang out instead of me being cooped up at home all summer, staring at screens. My aunt and uncle owned this huge property with a mango grove that seemed to go on forever. Beyond that was this private grassland that technically belonged to some absent landowner, but nobody ever enforced the boundaries. There wasn't even a fence, just endless tall grass, scattered bushes, and this really pretty lake that reflected the sky perfectly on calm days. The first week was awesome. Lily and I would wake up early, have breakfast, and then spend literally the entire day exploring. We'd climb the mango trees, collect the fallen fruit, and wade in the shallow parts of the lake. Her parents were usually busy with farm work, so we had tons of freedom. One day, I remember it was really hot, maybe 95 degrees. We ventured farther into the grassland than we usually did. Something felt off from the moment we crossed into that area. The air felt heavier somehow, and everything was weirdly quiet. No birds, no insects buzzing, just silence. I mentioned it to Lily, but she just shrugged it off. "The heat probably has them hiding," she said, and I went along with it even though something in my gut told me to turn back. We were about a half-mile from the house when I saw it for the first time. I was looking toward a cluster of mango trees in the distance, and there was this figure. It was completely black, like a silhouette, but there was nothing casting the shadow. It was just standing there, perfectly still under one of the trees. It was person-shaped but featureless. No face, no clothes, just a dark outline. "Lily," I whispered, grabbing her arm. "Do you see that? Under the mango tree over there?" She squinted, then her eyes went wide. "Yeah, and there's another one by the bush to the right." I looked where she was pointing, and sure enough, there was a second shadow figure, slightly smaller than the first. They were maybe 50 yards away from us, not moving, just watching. The weird thing was, I wasn't scared. Not really. I've always been sensitive to stuff like this. My parents used to tell me when I was little. I'd talk about people in the house that nobody else could see. I had an imaginary friend named Thomas, who my mum swears I described in exact detail as our neighbor who had died 20 years before I was born. So seeing these shadow people felt almost familiar, like I'd been expecting them all my life. "Should we go say hi?" Lily asked, and I remember thinking how strange it was that neither of us was freaking out. We actually started walking toward them, and they didn't move. When we got about halfway there, they just vanished, not like they ran away or faded. They were there 1 second and gone the next. "That was cool," Lily said, "like we'd just seen a deer or something ordinary." Looking back, our reaction was definitely not normal. We should have been terrified. We went home for dinner that evening and didn't mention the shadow figures to her parents. It felt like our secret, something special just for us. That night, I woke up around 3 in the morning needing to use the bathroom. When I came back to the bedroom I shared with Lily, there was one of the shadow figures standing in the corner of the room, watching us. Again, I wasn't scared. I just nodded at it like, "I see you," and got back into bed. I fell asleep almost immediately. The next day, Lily told me she'd seen one of them standing beside my bed in the middle of the night. We compared notes and realized they'd been in our room, watching us sleep. But somehow, we were totally cool with it. We even started talking to them when we'd see them during our daily explorations, giving them names and making up stories about who they might be. This went on for about a week. The shadow figures would follow us around during the day, always keeping their distance, and then they'd be in our room at night. Sometimes I'd wake up and see one standing at the foot of my bed, just watching. I'd smile and go back to sleep. It felt like we had guardians or something. Everything changed on the day I saw the tall one. It was getting late, probably around 8 in the evening, and my aunt asked me to take the trash out. Their house was pretty far from the main road, so the trash cans were at the end of this long dirt driveway. I didn't bother with a flashlight, since the moon was bright enough to see by. I was dumping the trash when I felt it. This overwhelming sense of being watched, but different from before. The hair on my neck stood up, and I slowly turned around. That's when I saw it standing on the other side of the driveway. This wasn't like the others. It was much taller, maybe 7 feet, and there was something wrong about its shape. The other shadow figures had been clearly human-shaped, but this one was stretched and distorted. Its arms seemed too long, hanging down past where its knees should be. And though it had no face, I somehow knew it was staring right at me. For the first time I felt afraid, really afraid. My chest got tight and I couldn't breathe properly. I dropped the trash lid and it made this loud clanging sound that echoed in the quiet night. The tall shadow figure didn't move or disappear like the others would. It just kept watching me. I ran back to the house, not looking behind me. When I got inside, I was shaking so hard I could barely speak. I told Lily what I'd seen, and she got this strange look on her face, blank, almost like she was in a trance. "I've seen that one too," she said in this flat voice I'd never heard her use before. "It's been talking to me." "Talking?" I asked. "They can talk." She nodded slowly, not out loud, in my head. "It tells me things." I asked her what kinds of things. and she just stared at me for a long moment before saying, "It tells me we don't belong here, that we'd be happier somewhere else." That night, Lily started acting weird. She kept looking out the window, whispering things I couldn't hear. Around midnight, she sat up in bed and turned to me. "Rebecca," she said, "don't you ever just want to disappear? Don't you think it would be easier if we weren't here anymore?" Something cold settled in my stomach. "What do you mean?" "The Tall One says we could be free. We could go somewhere better than here, somewhere we belong." Her voice had this dreamy quality, like she was half asleep. "I think we're fine right where we are," I said, trying to sound normal while my heart hammered in my chest. "No, we're not," she insisted. "We need to go, both of us, tonight. The Tall One is waiting." She got out of bed and started putting on her shoes. I was terrified, but also weirdly compelled to follow her. It was like part of me agreed with what she was saying, even though I knew it was wrong. We snuck out of the house around 1 in the morning. Lily led me to the mango grove, and I realized she had a rope with her. My mind was foggy, but somewhere deep inside, alarm bells were ringing. "We can hang from that branch," she said, pointing to a sturdy limb on one of the older trees. "The Tall One says it won't hurt for long, and then we'll be free." I remember watching her throw the rope over the branch, feeling disconnected from my body, like I was floating outside myself. Part of me knew this was wrong, that we were about to do something terrible, but I couldn't seem to fight it. Just as Lily was tying the knots, this dog came tearing through the grove, this massive German shepherd that belonged to a farm about a mile away. It was barking and snarling like crazy, lunging at the air around us. At first I thought it was attacking us, but then I realized it was barking at something we couldn't see. The dog's aggression snapped me partly out of whatever trance I was in. Lily seemed annoyed rather than scared. "It doesn't matter," she said. "We can go to the highway instead. The Tall One says that will work too." So we left the mango grove and started walking toward the highway that ran past the far end of the property. It was about a 15-minute walk, and the whole time I felt like I was fighting against invisible hands pushing me forward. When we reached the highway, it was empty except for the occasional truck. Lily took my hand and led me to the middle of the road. "We just wait here," she said. "When a truck comes, we don't move." I stood there, my feet feeling cemented to the asphalt, as headlights appeared in the distance. As they grew closer, I started to panic. This was real, this was happening. We were about to die. I turned to run and saw the tall shadow figure standing on the other side of the highway, watching. In that moment, something clicked in my brain. This thing wanted us dead. It had been manipulating us from the beginning. "Lily, we need to move," I screamed, trying to pull my hand from hers, but she held on tight. As the truck bore down on us, horn blaring, she yanked me back into the road. I remember the blinding headlights, the deafening horn, the driver's terrified face, and then blackness. I woke up in the hospital. They told me I'd been unconscious for 3 days. The truck had swerved, but still hit us. Lily had a broken leg and arm, but I'd taken the worst of it. Shattered pelvis, internal bleeding, head trauma. I was waiting for surgery when I came to. My parents were there, looking like they hadn't slept in days. They told me Lily had been saying strange things, that she didn't remember going to the highway or why we were there. The doctors thought we might have been sleepwalking or affected by carbon monoxide in the house, but tests showed no evidence of that. I never saw the shadow figures again after that night. Not the regular ones, and definitely not the Tall One. It was like they vanished completely from my life. Lily and I recovered physically, but we never really talked about what happened. Her family moved away from Willowbrook about 6 months later, and we don't keep in touch much anymore. I'm almost 17 now, and I still don't understand what happened that summer. Were the shadow figures real? Did they somehow influence our minds? Or was it all some kind of shared delusion? I don't know. All I know is that something wanted us dead that night, and somehow we survived. Sometimes I still wake up in a cold sweat, feeling like something tall and dark is standing at the foot of my bed, watching. waiting. But when I open my eyes, there's never anything there.